Okay, it is 6:04. We're going to call to order the planning board meeting. Let the record reflect all members present. We also have our alternate member, James, on Zoom. So we're going to first start off with continued from 10/7/25.
Recording in progress.
Oh, before I stop, we are recording.
There you go.
Who else is?
He also recording.
Yeah. Anybody else recording? Either video, audio? No. All right. So we're going to start with the first agenda item, which is continued from 10/7/25. Definitive subdivision, 32 Middleborough Road, 0 Claremont Way. Applicant James Simmons, Simmons Development Incorporated. Owners Edmund, Richard, Amen, and Robert Claremont. Representative Jason Youngquest, Outback Engineering. The scope of work is a 7-lot subdivision. Is there anyone here to speak on this matter? All right, so we did receive an email from the applicant requesting a continuance due to litigation negotiations with an abutter. We have discussion on that. They want to,
Oh, God, yeah, no, we have an extension, which we're going to ask for next.
we have one written up. He wants to extend it to,
Absolutely, the applicant has asked for an extension. I've written up an extension agreement to be continued into December 2nd. It just needs to be signed by you, the chairman.
and voted on, correct?
Valid decision. Perfect.
All right, so extension agreement. This was submitted, originally submitted on September 9th, 2024. Property located at 32 Middleborough Road, 0 Claremont, East Freetown, map 245, lots 29 and 30. And he's requesting an extension until December 2nd, 2025, and I will entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let's do a roll call vote on that, because we have James on, so we'll do
You
Gary.
can't vote on this, though.
Oh, we can't vote on that anyways.
That's true.
Yeah, okay. Aye, so passes. Let me sign that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sure that's what everyone was here for, right? Extension, no? All right, we'll go to item number 2. Continued from 10/7/2025. Special permit, commercial composting, 89 Chase Road. Special permit applicant is John Mello. Owner is John Mello. Representative is Attorney Richard E. Burke, Jr. Scope of work, the applicant requests a special permit for composting on a 9.9 acre portion of the Beach Bluff Farm on Assessors Map 241, Lot 41. The applicant plans to use this property for commercial composting. All right, and we are going to entertain a motion to reopen the hearing, or continue the hearing, or continue the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, and this will do a roll call on Gary.
Aye.
Steve? Steve?
Aye.
James?
Aye.
And aye, so the public hearing is...
Mr. Chairman, we were just going to say, we thought, I'm Richard Burke, I'm with John tonight with it. It might make sense to do the special permit for the recycling in the building first, rather, just to switch the order, but of course, it's up to you, whatever you prefer.
I think we already opened that, right?
Either is fine, it just, we thought maybe that would be more efficient, but whatever you prefer.
Since we opened that, we should just go with that, right?
Are you doing them separately?
We are doing them separately. So we did composting, and then we did the commercial recycling.
I mean, it's really up to you, the chair, so.
I'm gonna say we opened it, I'm gonna go with what we opened
That's
first.
fine, of course.
Just 1 second. Before we start, I'm just looking for my sheet here, what order we're going in. Before we start, first I gotta make some conflict of interest disclosures. First is our vice chair, Christopher Mello, is the son of the applicant. He has fully recused himself to even come into the meeting. And then I had submitted a disclosure for appearance of a conflict of interest. Spoke to the Massachusetts Ethics Board, Attorney of the Day, Michael McDonald. He told me to fill out this form, and what I'm disclosing is, we'll have to say that John has applied for 2 special permits. I'm the chairman of the board, and I'm 1 vote out of 5 of the granting authority for a special permit. My family and I are friendly acquaintances with John Mello's family and himself. Also, approximately 8 to 10 years ago, we rented a small commercial space from him for 2 years. With that being said, there is no financial or personal interest in either the approval or the denial of any special permit. So we will begin. Oh, before I do, does anyone else have anything to disclose? Any relationship either for or against permit? James? No. All right. So first, I opened it. We are going to let the applicant put on a presentation about the commercial composting.
Thank you, Mr.
Floor is
Chairman.
yours.
So again, my name is Richard Burke. I'm an attorney with Beauregard, Burke and Franco in New Bedford. I'm representing John Mello. The petition for the composting permit is for a 9.9 acre section of Assessor's Map 241, Lot 41. Lot 41 itself has 105 acres. So the area that we're asking to do composting on is less than 10% of the total size of the parcel involved. At the present time, Mr. Mello operates a cattle farm with a large herd of cattle on the combined properties that we're talking about tonight, which is lots 39 and lot 41. Has been doing composting on lot 41 off of Chase Road for over 20 years. And he's been doing it even longer than that on other land that he owns in Freetown. He's very experienced at it, as I mentioned, for many years doing it. He's even taken courses on it to study and learn the best practices. Our belief is that the composting that Mr. Mello is doing is an agricultural use, which he can do as a matter of right. But he has spoken with the building commissioner, and we agreed that we would apply for a special permit following those discussions. I think it's important to note that the DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, the state agency, has issued a composting permit for this location in 2022. That was following the state DEP coming down to the site with 4 people, head of different parts of the DEP sub-agencies, inspecting the property, looking at the composting operation, and ultimately approving it at that time. My understanding is that representatives of town boards, including the Planning Board and the Conservation Commission, were made aware of the DEP, and they were at the meeting, at the site meeting. Following that, in 2022, Mr. Mello, in reliance on that permit, has made substantial investments in machinery and other things to do the composting.
Mr.
And
Chairman.
the DEP,
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Carl Bizzaro, Building Commissioner. So he did mention Building Commissioner. I'd like to respond to that by reading into the record my investigative report on that inspection.
We'll let him finish, and we'll read
you.
your report, and Carl, thank you.
DEP continues to monitor the composting. And they regularly monitor it to make sure compliance and that best practices are being followed. At the present time, all of the compost that's been generated is used on Mr. Mello's farm. However, he would like to be able to sell some of the compost in the future as part of his farm operations as an agricultural product. These would be bulk deliveries of compost, so it's not a situation where there will be people coming to the property, customers to buy on site. At the present time, he has not been doing that. As I said, it's just the compost is used on the farm. The town's bylaws, bylaw section 300-5.1, authorize the planning board to grant a special permit for commercial composting, and that's what we're asking for the board to grant tonight. The composting location is approximately 1 mile into Lot 41 from Chase Road. It involves all organic material, leaves, brush, wood chips. They're mixed with nutrients to create the compost, including yard material from the town of Freetown that they bring to the site at no charge to the town. Previously, in addition to the organic material that I talked about from grass and leaves and materials, they have been mixing grass, fruits, vegetables as part of the nutrients for the compost. For a time, they were also using, John was also using a clam byproduct material from a company called Sea-Watch in New Bedford. On September 22nd of this year, he stopped that. He has terminated that. As of that date, he stopped taking any Sea-Watch product, the clam byproducts. And that's because there were complaints from abutters about the odor from the clam products. And, we feel we've addressed that concern by stopping that, and there's no intention of renewing that. That won't occur anymore. The other organic material, the leaves, the brush, that sort of thing, mixed with the nutrients from fruits, vegetables, that does not have any kind of odor, especially when it's done a mile, back away from the road. And there really is no odor when it's brought in on the containers, trucks that are bringing in the leaves and that sort of thing as well. However, we acknowledge that the Sea-Watch materials that were coming in with the clams that was a legitimate complaint that neighbors had, and we have addressed that. Regarding Chase Road, there was a traffic study done in 2023, which we've provided the board with a copy of. It was done by Mass Highway Department to measure the amount of traffic in both directions on Chase Road, nearby this site, actually, on Chase Road. And they found that the average daily volume of traffic on Chase Road was 3,790 vehicles per day. Chase Road is classified by the state as a minor arterial road, which means that it, among other things, is capable of handling truck traffic. Truck trips to the site for composting materials are variable. Some days there are none. It probably, on average, is about 12 truck trips per day. On the busiest season, there may be 40 truck trips per day. However, even at 40 truck trips, that's approximately 1% or less than 1% of the total traffic on Chase Road as measured by Mass Highway. With regard to the property itself at 89 Chase Road, where the entrance is, originally the entrance to the site was more to the west. There's a narrow laneway there. Some years back, Mr. Mello moved that entrance to the east. So as you enter the property now, there is a paved, very wide, angled-in pavement area. It's 89 feet wide where it intersects with Chase Road and 89 Chase Road. So there is a substantial on-the-site turning radius for trucks that are entering or leaving the property. And trucks have been coming and going on a regular basis for years, entering the property. Trucks that are turning to the right as they leave the property have more than enough room, and this has been demonstrated. They don't have to, they can turn on Mr. Mello's property on that long turning radius. They don't have to cross the center line to go right as they're leaving the property. So there's a safe radius for entrance and exit. With regard to the line of sight for trucks exiting the property, if you look as you're exiting, if you look to the left, it's about a quarter mile of sight line that you have. If you look to the right, it's about 350 feet approximately by our measurements. We're not aware of any accident that has happened with any vehicle, truck or otherwise, going into or out of the property. We believe that issuance of the special permit in this case does serve the public interest and the town's interest. Among other things, it will allow the continued use of this 130-plus acre combined parcel for agricultural uses, rather than more house lots, which there, of course, could be a lot of here. Mr. Mello would rather keep his cattle and continue to use it as a farm. We also think that composting serves the public interest, not only by taking the brush and that sort of thing, leaves from the town, but just generally speaking, composting is reusing material, whether they're leaves and brush that would go into the landfills, or other nutrients like the fruit and vegetables that are being recycled and moved into the nutrients. So it serves the public interest by minimizing more going into the landfill that could instead be reused and benefit the environment. For all those reasons, we respectfully ask that the board approve the special permit that's been applied for. We'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Kyle, on, your letter is in the record, if you want to discuss.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's important base, so it's the culmination of the investigation, if you can understanding what we have. So we applied for something on agricultural use. That was denied. And we said, no, it's not an agricultural, based on my investigation.
You said it wasn't agriculture.
Based on my investigation,
I
correct.
say it is.
And so,
Let him speak.
to Mr. Mello's credit, I mean, he gave me access to any place I wanted to look, and that's a great thing. He also said, fine, Carl, I'll apply for a special permit, and here we are today. Very important topic today, obviously, by the people in this room. Could have an effect on the town, good or bad. So the question is, we're getting numbers for now. What does this look like in 5 and 10 years from now? How many trucks? How much product is coming in? How much is going out? These are all open questions we have. I think in my investigation, based on what I've seen, in my research, I would at least be hesitant in issuing any kind of agricultural by right use for this.
Thank you.
So having said that, would the board allow me to read into the record my report?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
August 20th, 2025, Mr. John Mello, regarding 89 Chase Road, parcel ID 241-39. Dear Mr. Mello, my office has completed a special investigation as a result of a complaint and an inquiry relative to the certain recent developments with respect to the above-referenced property located in the town of Freetown. Myself and other members of the Board of Health have met with you and representatives from DEP, Solid Waste Division, as recent as June 17, 2025. At that time, I expressed my concerns about the proposed agricultural use, if allowed and without conditions, would forever change that part of Freetown. However, during our last inspection, myself and other members were encouraged by your comments relative to agreeing to a special permit process, whereas the town of Freetown and Beach Bluff can coexist and make decisions that benefit the community and your business endeavor. I totally support the process and look forward to working with you in the near future. For clarity, I've added the following timeline of events and notes from my file. On October 4th, 2023, you applied for a building permit to erect a 50 by 100 agricultural building on a property for agricultural use, permit number 2316. At that time, you also submitted a letter that stated as follows. Our new agricultural building at 89 Chase Road will allow us to continue the depackaged animal food supply while bringing our employees out of the elements. Unwanted foods, which may be suitable for humans, will be depackaged, prepared for feed for the cattle. Any food not suitable for the cattle diet would be composted on site at Beach Bluff Farm State Permitted Compost Facility. Moreover, on September 3rd of 2024, you applied for a building permit to erect a Quonset hut-type building for unspecified use, permit number 24-3. Permit 23-16 issued on October 16, 23, and permit number 24-2 issued on September 19th. On May 9th of 2025, I performed an inspection of the property with 2 structures subject to those building permits, in particular, with your permission. I observed the so-called agricultural building that is the subject of the permit number 2316 as being used to store dozens or so of pallets holding large boxes or cases of prepackaged foods, including Panera Bread, microwavable bowl meals, bags of potato chips, boxes of coffee pots. That structure also contained equipment that appears to be used for some sort of processing of these materials. As I observed the bags of potato chips moving up the conveyor-type machine, I also observed one or more workers in the so-called agricultural building. Copies of the photographs I took during the inspection depicted these conditions and are attached to this letter. The property is located in the town's general use zone district, in which both commercial composting and commercial recycling are uses that require a special permit from the planning board. See town bylaw, section such and such. Based on your October 4th, 23 letter, it appears that composting is occurring on the property. Additionally, based on your July 22nd application to the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for general permit for recycling, composting, or digestion operation, it appears that certain recycling, including glass recycling, is also occurring on the property. Please note that to the extent of you undertaking any recycling or composting that is not being used on the site for agricultural purposes, but is being sold or used off-site, you must obtain a special permit for that use. The procedures for submitting an application for such special permit are set by the town's bylaws, section 300-2.1. Additionally, as of this date of this letter, no certificates of occupancies have been issued for the structures under permit number 2316 and 24-2. You may not occupy, otherwise operate non-constructional activities in either structure until such time as certificate of occupancies have been issued. To the extent that you, anyone acting on your behalf, are occupying the structures or otherwise operating non-constructive activities, therein you are hereby ordered to cease doing so until you have received certificates of occupancy. Additionally, please be aware that certificates of occupancy will be expressed notice only limited to on-site farming agricultural use only, with no commercial recycling or commercial composting, absent from the special permit as discussed above. Sincerely, Kyle Bizzaro. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So as the zoning enforcement officer, he needs a special permit to compost and then remove it from site. Is that your,
He needs a special permit from this board for composting and recycling.
in general, even if it stays on site?
He needs a special permit, yeah, because it's in general use and under table uses, and central use needs a special permit. So, and then this is what the process allows. People
Yeah, no,
will be here
I'm
and.
legitimately asking.
Sure, yeah. And so, and Mr. Mello did everything he had to. I mean, he complied and he followed the rules. I'm not saying he didn't. He absolutely did. So that's to his credit.
Okay.
Just to clarify one point, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
There was, the building commissioner mentioned glass recycling. There's no glass recycling involved on this site at all. Just, that's clear.
That's at another location in Freetown.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman. So that is on, not on that location, but I think we have to take a bird's eye view of what's going on there and look down upon it. So you will see that on there if you did that. I understand it's not part of this application, but it's important to the discussion of the property.
That's zoned heavy industrial. Where they glass
I didn't make any, I didn't make any remarks to what the use. I'm saying it is there, whatever it's permitted or whatever, it's there.
Not on Chase Road.
Okay.
That's on Brayley
We'll
Road.
have some order here, just to clarify, the property that you have applied for applications, is there any glass recycling on either of those parcels? Okay, so pertaining to this meeting, that's the parcels we're
Thank
gonna
you.
talk about. And just so we all got it clarified, you're saying he needs it, period, for composting and depackaging?
So my determination is that it's not an agricultural use. He could have appealed that to the zoning board of appeals if he felt I misinterpreted, but to his credit, he chose to do the right thing and have the neighbors involved in his decision, which I think is a great thing, and that's why we're here tonight.
Yeah.
Thank
It
you.
can work if it's done right, but again, we're thinking, what's gonna look like in 5 or 10 years? We have Excel on the other side of town, which snuck in the back door. We don't want this to happen. We want to own this as a community, right?
All right. So we're going to open it up to the board to ask questions. Public will be next. I'm sure you guys, also, for the record, we did do a site review, site visit on
September 30th? Yep.
September 30th. Just be advised during that, because all the members were present, well, 4 members, was that 4, right? Us 4 members were present, we weren't allowed to ask any questions, so we only got a little look around the property. If the board has questions about,
Just on the
no, just on the composting right now, yes.
What are your plans on going forward with selling product? Do you have anything in the works?
Well, you hope to make a superior product that you can, the greenhouses can use and things like that. But as far as volume, like Kyle was asking, I don't expect any difference in what we've done for the last 3 years under the permit already issued to us by the state. We're at our volume, that's what we're doing, it, again, Richard and I feel it's 100% allowed under agricultural use anyway, but I chose, Kyle just asked, would you be willing to go for a special permit? I don't have a problem addressing the people, I want to be the best neighbor possible. So, we're here today, and we're not an Excel that's a a large company, different locations. This is a farm. DEP came and inspected the building the day Carl looked at the building. I believe you were there with the DEP there. And DEP looked at it, and they said, this is part of agriculture. We want nothing to do with it. It's agriculture. That's where we're at.
If I will, so.
But I don't want to do that. I'm here to get, if it's a special permit, I'm here to apply. Otherwise, we can do it under agriculture, but opinion.
You're saying that if you lose here, you're going to go back to agricultural? Or we're going to have?
No,
Okay,
no.
thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
No, I didn't say what I'm doing.
Okay.
We're here for a special permit, and we're going to go from there. If not, then we'll cross that bridge.
We're going to get to the public in 1 minute. The board's going to ask some questions, and then we'll involve everyone. So everyone's aware, everyone will get an opportunity to speak. Doesn't matter how long it takes. I would, just try not to be repetitive, but everyone will have an opportunity to speak. You said you're at max, or you're at volume right now as far as this thing. So what we've seen and what, I believe this, what did we do with the drone footage?
I'm not going to be able to show it because it's being taped to be a YouTube video, but we can certainly set it up
Did the
for
rest of the
next
board see
meeting.
that, or did you just send it?
No,
They
in fact,
didn't.
it came in today, so none of the board members have seen it, as well as a letter that came in for
Yeah,
James
we've
Wall.
gotten new information today too, but, okay. So what we seen when we were there, do you plan on, how much bigger do you plan on getting, if approved?
That's my permit with the state. That's the max.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, so, and Mr. Mello's referred to the state. The state's looking for a place to dump this stuff. So if we say, hey, dump it here, they'll bring it here, they'll give you a permit and give you money. That's not the case. So the permit comes from the town and from the townspeople at this meeting. The fact there's a permit with the state really doesn't include it into this local decision.
Well, they did have a 30-day window to appeal or say anything. And that 30-day window went by years ago.
So what I'm saying, Mr. Mello, that permit's good, it's good, but that doesn't get you into the town. This meeting does, and this board does, and that's why we're here.
Agreed.
Okay.
How long is that permit good for from the DEP?
You have to send your report in yearly, but it's an ongoing permit.
There's no 10,
No.
No.
You have to stay within DEP's guidelines in order to stay alive.
It does say on the permit that we, well, indicates that in February of 2026, there's a expiration date, but as John said, it has to be repeatedly reapplied
Yeah,
for.
by February 26th, you have to submit your yearly papers.
And DEP will continue from their point of view to monitor it as well.
Is there a volume number, like, what does DEP say as far as like the volume? Is it a certain amount of yards that you can?
As far as, yes, as far as cattle feed or anything like that, there's nothing. As
the
far as
composting.
leaf waste, your carbons, things like that, trees, there's nothing. But as far as absolute food waste per se, yes, there's so many tons a year that you can bring in. It is regulated,
Okay,
that's the permit, and we stay well within those means.
okay. And then you mentioned today and also during our site visit that you have recently stopped taking in the clam, fish stuff.
Yes.
And I know obviously a smell is a big part of people's complaints.
Yeah.
Right, rightfully so, right? And a lot, I believe some people were saying about the trucks, I guess, that bring it in were,
It was brought, to be honest with you, it was brought to my attention by a person here. And I respected it, and they said they were cutting a tree, and they were working on Chase Road, and the truck went by. And more than anything, that was brought to my attention, and I couldn't let it happen. After that, I discontinued with the company, and I just, There's no smell now, other than, I mean, you got a cow smell, but there's no smell now.
So how long ago did, you said September, within the last 4 weeks?
September 22nd, I believe, is when John indicated he stopped, so there shouldn't be any after September 22nd of this year.
September 22nd.
And that's a permanent thing, he's not going to go back on it.
How many trucks did you say average a day over there?
Well, what John reports to me is that some days there's none. The average, most days, is about 12 trips in, and on the busiest days, like I suppose the time of year when, you know, the town and everybody is collecting their leaves, in that season, there can be as much as 40 truck trips, and that would be the max.
What's coming on those trucks?
Do you want to, leaves, yard, brush, essentially, right, John?
Yes.
So when you were doing the seafood stuff, how many of those trucks were coming in?
It could be anywhere. If there's an offshore storm, you'd get none. Otherwise, sometimes you'd get 3 a day. Sometimes you'd get, the most you'd usually see is 3, but there could be, maybe there was 4 once, but it's all about the weather out at sea.
So 3 to 4 of the clam trucks. All right. Does anyone else, before we open up to the public, have anything about the compost in itself?
I have questions for council.
Go ahead,
Want
sir.
to do it? So, first question is, if a special permit, I think you answered this, or we got an email, but I want to put it on the record anyway. If a special permit is issued for this property, is it transferable?
So if you don't limit it in the special permit, then yes, it's transferable. If you can make a special permit specific to an applicant, but you need to say that in the decision.
Okay. And the second question is, what about the DEP permit?
So that's really beyond the scope of this. I mean, the DEP controls that permit. There's nothing we can do or say about that permit.
Okay.
So I haven't actually seen the DEP permit, but that isn't anything that we could
Could-
do anything about.
Okay.
Could you repeat the question, please? I couldn't really hear what you asked.
I was wondering if the special permit and the DEP permits are transferable.
And the answer was?
So on the special permit, you may put a condition on a special permit that makes it specific to an applicant, but you have to put that condition on. If you don't, then it isn't conditioned on the applicant. The DEP permit, which I haven't seen, is outside the scope of anything this board could do. So this board wouldn't have a say in the DEP permit.
Would the DEP be able to overrule the town's special permit?
That's out of our scope too, correct?
So they're 2 totally different permits. They're regulating different things. So you would be issuing a special permit that relates to, is this even a use that's allowed to happen under your zoning on this property, you know, in this town? And DEP is regulating for environmental and other factors. They're just ships passing.
Okay. Also, we can put, what would you call it, limits or restrictions. I'm just saying, and we're going to ask a bunch of questions. Nobody here has an opinion of which way we're going right now. It's just questions.
You can have,
If we were to put a restriction on there saying you cannot do seafood waste.
Sure,
or-
yes.
We can do that, correct?
I'm
Or-
sorry, folks, sorry, I should have introduced myself. My
Oh,
name's
sorry.
Robin Stein, I'm with KP Law, we're your town council. Yes, you can put reasonable restrictions on the permit. It sounds like that's something that the applicant's not planning to do, so I'd hope it wouldn't be an issue, but you can certainly put reasonable restrictions on. And I do believe that one of the factors in section 302-5 of the zoning bylaw, when you look at the special permit criteria, one of the conditions that has to be met for the issuance of a permit is that there not be, noxious, harmful, hazardous, that the use is not harmful or noxious. So I think you certainly can take odor into consideration with that and have a condition that accounts for that.
To clarify, Mr. Chairman, we would agree to that as a condition. We don't intend to go back to that.
Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman, so relative to taxation, agricultural use would pay less in taxes. Mr. Mello's proposal for special permit would pay full taxes, to my understanding.
For that parcel.
That
what
section, correct.
Yes.
So we give away agricultural use, you also lose a tax base if there's some other use for the property. You're aware of that. So in this case, we would be paying taxes, not agricultural, but whatever the commercial rate is for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Before I open up to the public, anyone else have any? How about, does James have any questions on there?
Good, thank you.
Is it enough? Okay. All right, so we are going to open it up to the public now. I would like to start with anyone that's actually in a butter first that got the card, and I will need you to just go to that podium with the microphone and just first come, first serve. I would like to start with the butters if we can, if we have any. You're in a butter, sure. Right up. I just need you to, you have to state your full name and just your address for the record.
My name is Michael Gross, 99 Chase Road. The concerns I have is the smell. If it's calm, you can smell it. You can't leave the windows open. The other thing is the groundwater. All of this going into the ground, I got a well. There's other stuff being brought in there. There's slaughterhouse waste that's not been brought up in this with the clam bellies.
You mean clam belly? Well, I want to talk.
We know, you know what I mean, because it's processed down there and it's been dumped into the bog ditches. You know what I mean? That's not been addressed. But that's the biggest issues is the smell. What about my groundwater, you know?
Yes, sir.
It's a big thing.
All right. So why have you up there? Do we have a report from the health inspector at all?
I do not.
We do not.
Sorry. We did not receive any.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, so health and building and zoning is under the auspices of inspectional services.
Yes, sir.
So we do work on these things collaboratively, so they are involved in the process of investigation and gathering information.
Do we have anything in?
I'm not sure, I don't have it.
Water?
I can only say there's been a cooperation between both departments.
I mean, there's bogs down there and it's being dumped in the ditches too, so.
Okay.
Margaret French is here from the Board of Health.
Oh, shit. Is there, how about a Board of Health member?
I'm here from the Board of Health. I was going to let everybody speak and kind of wrap it up at the end on what our.
Do you want to wait on that then, or do you want to address his concern
No,
now?
I'd kind of like to hear what everybody has
Okay.
to say, and then
All right,
go
so
from there.
I got it here. All right, thank you. Any other people that are close to butters first would be great.
Sure. Jim Marsh, for the record. I represent Frank and Elizabeth Bergeron. They're at 90 Chase Road, butters to 89 Chase Road property.
Yep.
I submitted a letter, I don't know if you...
We got it this afternoon.
Okay, great. We're here, we're requesting the board deny these permits that have been applied for. We don't think they should be issued and shouldn't be allowed to continue this operation of processing compostable raw materials at the project site, and immediately should cease operations. The Bergerons, they live across the street. They moved in around 2004. They noticed an odor from the applicant's farm when they moved in. It's not pleasant, but it's not completely overwhelming, and really was just intermittent. But this odor changed significantly in mid to late 2023. They described it to me as entirely different and egregiously offensive. They became nauseous. It made them essentially stay in the house. They couldn't work in the yard. They smelled it throughout the property, often in the house. And they mentioned the offensive foul odor coming from the clams as well that were unloaded and decomposing at the site. Beginning in '23, they observed numerous large trucks unloading, stop and shop trucks, easy disposal, garbage trucks, traveling to and from the project site as late as, I understand, 2 a.m. in the morning, causing excessive levels of noise. And the smell from the truck's waste was the same noxious smell that garbage smell that was in the air that they had smelled before. They complained to the town, and I understand the health department. They notified of their concerns and the potential health effects from these odors and increased noise, too, in the neighborhood. If continued, this operation's undoubtedly going to cause unsatisfactory noise and odors to their property and adjoining properties. I'm sure you're going to hear that tonight. These operations are generally not compatible with the adjacent properties and other properties in this zoning district, given that the site is located directly across from the street from a residential property and other residential properties along Chase Road. It's not in harmony with the general purposes of the intent of the zoning bylaw. I don't think it's in the public interest. This is a private operation. It's for his own personal gain. Come on. And it's causing a diminution in value to my client's property. They purchased his property. They built the home there. At some point, they're going to move on. They're not going to get the value that they expected. The application that was submitted was scant of information concerning this operation. We've learned a lot more tonight from council and the applicant. But still, I don't think there's enough information in here to address, I think, several important questions. And I listed those in the letter. Does the proposed operation have a plan to mitigate noise disturbances? Does it have a plan to mitigate odor disturbances? How often will inspections at the site occur to ensure continued compliance with all local and state laws concerning noise and odors? Does the proposed operation have a toxic control plan in place? Odor control plan, vector control plan, contingency plan? These are things that are required under their DEP general permit. Why weren't they provided to the board? I get it. As council said, there's sort of two ships passing in the night, but we got to know about the environmental impacts to this neighborhood, to the people who live close by. We need this information. It's never been provided to us. For that alone, I mean, you can't, as a board, make a decision without complete information about the operation. For this reason alone, you should summarily deny this request for special permits. The application also fails to propose any adequate measures to address the odor and noise issues or a plan to ensure that the operations do not result in adverse impacts to the neighborhood. Again, for this reason alone, you should, again, deny the request. But at minimum, they should have included, the following. There's got to be a permanent cap on the total amount of organic material, whether received or in process or final product, to no more than the current cubic yards per acre. We don't want an expansion. We don't want the permits to be issued, but if there were issued, we don't want an expansion of this operation. Again, good point by the chair. We don't want this to be transferable. This permit is issued to the applicant and not allowed to be passed to another entity or property. We want dense landscaping buffers without noise-reducing plants, with noise-reducing plants like evergreen trees and shrubs planted and maintained on the project site and around the deposit facility on the parcel. We want mature vegetation to cut back. Make this as a buffer to the increased noise. This compost recycling operation should be limited in hours too. We want, 9 to 4 maybe, on business days only. We don't want Saturday or Sundays when my clients are home, trying to use and enjoy their property. We don't want it when they're sleeping. A gate's got to be installed at the entranceway and locked during these off hours. There should be a cap on the number of loads at a time to control the cumulative noise levels. The applicant must be required to use acoustic fencing, sound-absorbing mats around the entranceway, again, to reduce noise. There must be ongoing noise monitoring at the facility's expense. This should include enforceable noise thresholds. There must be proper operational practices in place to manage odors from the composting operation. I've listed a few in there. There must be ongoing odor monitoring at the applicant's expense. There must be no excessively odoriferous food waste, the seashells, the clams. And the outdoor composting recycle operations must be located further away from Chase Road, the Bergeron's property, and their neighbors. A longer distance obviously will naturally reduce noise and odor impacts. I listed those, but those are only in the event a special permit is to be issued to the applicant here. We think that under 5.1 of your, under 2.5 of the zoning bylaw, they don't meet the standard for the issuance of this permit or permits.
Frank Bergeron at 90 Chase Road. So I just want to further, reiterate some of what he said. To me, this is a case of asking for forgiveness instead of for permission first. I mean, why weren't we notified of a special permit when DEP started and everybody saw all the Stop and Shop trucks and all the trucks coming and going? Nobody had a concern of like, hey, maybe there's something else going on down here. The problem is there's a pattern of not following through or just untruthfulness, however you want to say it. But I wouldn't have known about any of this until, I wouldn't have known that there was no guardrails until there was a butters meeting for a special poll that was going up. When I talked to, I think, the town administrator I mentioned, what about this giant seashell? I don't see a problem with that. What does that have to do with anything on a farm? Cows don't eat it. They don't mulch it, they don't lay on it, but yeah, there's a giant pile of that coming and going constantly. The clam bellies, that stopped 4 weeks ago, but that's kind of convenient because we've talked about a fence, a buffer, a gate. The cars, so I can provide whatever you want to see of cars in and out, late at night, trucks, dirt bikes. Is this a business or is this just a free-for-all? Because there's no guardrails on any of it. Even when asked, well, this is about the amount that we're going to do. We're not going to do. Who gives a vague answer like that? There's no numbers on anything. At some point, you can only take goodwill so far because we've all lived it. And you're choosing to devalue this whole community's property for one person without taking people's opinions when you've had this last 3 or 4 year period of this. Things could have changed much sooner, but they didn't. So now we're here like, please, please. Well, once we get on the other side of this, is that an agreement? Did you ever think like, we're going to build this up and then it is going to be transferable to a real big company and then the truckload is going to come by the 40, 50 every day in and out nonstop because they're going to care completely about making money.
There's more trucks coming in now than these.
Yeah, so there's definitely more trucks than a few here and there. I mean, again, I asked for a report from the inspector, and I'm not making it personal, but yet, if you're gonna take this job, then you should be looking out for the residents. Because when I asked for the report, they said, oh, I couldn't smell anything 50 feet away from this giant pile of shells. But yet,
I'm sorry, what department was that?
that was the health.
Mr. Chairman, point of information again, Health Department is part of Inspectional Services, Mr. Bergeron. We do communicate, we do coordinate, we do put a plan together. It's not, nobody's being left out of this, believe me.
Well,
The
what I'm
town's
trying
doing
to-
everything we can to make sure this is a fair and open,
Carl.
transparent meeting.
That's what I mean. I'm not trying to be personal, but what I'm saying is I saw the report. It's public record. And he said in the report, at 50 feet, there was a faint smell. At 100 feet, there was no smell. I mean, look at the laughter here.
And you're 1 mile away, we're good.
Everybody here is laughing.
Yeah.
Because they all smell it. You don't live there.
All right,
You
all right,
do.
order, one at a time,
No,
please.
I'm like, how can this be that this whole community is saying like this was disgusting, but yeah, no, that's not true. The other thing I like to say is, this keeps saying, oh, a mile back. The Quonset building that you just put up right behind my uncle's house, Alfred Westgate, is 10 feet off of his backyard. It's a huge building sitting right there. It's not a mile back. Where the fruit is unpacked, we can see it. That's not a
It
mile
was there
back.
today. It's there today.
It's all
It's
spec-
always there.
And when you're in the middle of the summer, that fruit and everything, the permit said the bulk of the material composted came from the farm. The easy disposal trucks coming and going, that's not the bulk of the bulk of the material is not coming from the farm. So there's too much untruthfulness in here, and there's too much vagary for everybody to just feel comfortable with, like, oh, sure, full steam, go right ahead.
Well, I could say this is the first meeting that we're actually doing with the planning board. I understand you might have.
But can I
talked to-
say something?
Well, hold on, I'm.
You
not
drive
done.
by that every day. You don't ever take a look over? If I was putting a building up on my place, you don't think someone would pull in and be like, hey, you got a permit for that?
Yeah, well, we don't, planning board doesn't deal with building
So
permits.
you don't look at it, you don't look to the side and say, hey, bill inspector, when I get to, you better take a look over there. Nobody ever does that?
What's, no, I
Like
don't.
if you went to town and you saw Carl, you say, hey, Carl, do you know they're
So we're
building?
talking about this meeting right now, okay?
But I'm just talking.
And I am
Talking
telling
about our
you.
experience.
I am telling you.
Sure, go ahead.
This is the first hearing to the planning board. You made some comments that we're not listening to me. I'm gonna listen to everybody in this room. I just listened, I got a 5-page letter from the attorney behind you. I take very serious. I think we're taking it very serious, but this is our first time. We get our information from the zoning.
Well, I guess when you just had
From
your-
the health inspector.
When you just had your meeting with DEP,
I didn't have a meeting.
I thought
with
you said you
DEP.
went and you couldn't ask questions.
That was our site plan review.
Okay, so after,
Site pla- not- I'm
what
sorry,
was
that
that
was our
for?
site visit.
Was that for,
That was us, just
yeah, but
us.
what were you doing a site review for?
So we can see it.
But did,
Site inspection.
okay,
Site-
but I'm trying to clarify, like, if you went there, after you left there, you said, hey, is there a permit for this, or what's this about?
He was already in the process of.
Okay, that's what I'm
of,
asking.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I'm
why we
asking.
went there, because he
That's what I'm
had
asking.
an active.
Because there's a lot of blinders. And I'm like, why
application.
does people, Carl, like I said, I'm not pointing this at Carl for sure. He's been very helpful.
Yeah.
And everybody's going to tell you about their smell stories and everything else. So I'll let them do
we're here
it.
to
I don't want to
listen.
take my time. I just want to say, you got a room full of people that are upset about something, and there's one person that wants it. Why can't, you got to do better than just rubber stamp this and say, oh, that's fine, go
I don't
ahead.
think any member here plans on rubber stamping anything. Like, again, we're the planning board. You can look up our record, this board itself. I can't speak for
I
boards.
mean, on this
before.
precedent, can I have a permit to do it? Can I have a
Yeah,
permit?
apply for one.
So I'm applying right now, then I'll sit right beside him. And
You can't apply right now. You have to be put on the agenda.
But
That's
if
not
you
how
set
it
a
works.
precedent, if you set a precedent right
Did
now,
we hand them out like
if you
Halloween
hand it out
candy?
to him, why can't I have one?
You can, sir. You can apply for one.
I'll apply after, if he gets it, I'll be applying.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I hope you build one in his yard. All right. Yeah, because. So you can smell it.
Okay, anybody else?
I'm not in a butter though, but for next.
It's fine, we'll open up to everybody now. Are you in a butter, ma'am?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so we'll open it up to anybody, just, you could just, yeah, go right to that podium there.
I'll let everybody else go. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Nina Lafferty. I live at 4 Parker Drive in East Freetown. We've resided in Freetown for 47 years. My husband, Mark, is here with me. I realize that in Freetown, we're relative newcomers because so many people have lived here much longer than we have. I have a petition here that I went around my neighborhood. I have 34 signatures, not counting mine and my husband's, opposing the granting of this permit. We fail to see what the benefit is to our town. We have trucks coming along Chase Road, not a big deal. We have very smelly trucks coming by our neighborhood. It's impacting our lives and our ability to enjoy our properties. We are not impacted as much as others who live on the other side of Chase Road, on the same side of this project, in the Nick Drive, Cody Drive area, where they have seagulls and seagull excrement covering their properties. you really need to think long and hard, because the gentleman, I agree, wants to make money. Everybody wants to make money and have their property and do whatever they want to do with it. But you have to look at the big picture. Freetown is Freetown. We have very few regulations, limitations. Once he starts up with this, what's to stop him? He's saying, okay, I had complaints about the seagulls and the Sea-Watch shells and the odors and everything, and I agreed that I wasn't going to take their waste anymore. He gets this permit. What's to prevent him from saying, yeah, come on in? Nothing.
Let me just stop you there. I'm just going to tell everyone at once how pretty much the final vote could go. We could either straight up deny it, we could straight up approve it, or we could approve it with a million conditions on it, which would be he can't have anything. Just say, for instance, everyone's talking about clams. If it was approved and we put something that you can't have the clam shells or the fish stuff come in, and he does it, the permit gets yanked right away.
Who's going to monitor this?
Well, it would most likely be your department, correct?
What's the question, Joy?
It would be what?
It would be the building commissioner, yes.
It would be the building commissioner. Just say, I was just telling everyone that the process is, we can either just deny it, it could be approved with nothing, which would be a little wild, but, or approved with conditions.
But the problem with issuing a special permit with conditions, that you have to list all the conditions you can't have. If you only list this, that means everything else you can't have. So you
Correct.
be very careful about that.
Yep.
Exactly.
Oh, she was asking, so I'm trying to clarify.
Right. And
For
I
her.
get what you're saying, and I respect, and I appreciate your input. But I think we're all here because part of Freetown is that we really don't have the infrastructure to police this. You're all doing a great job within the limitations of your time and your experience and your paychecks. But honestly, we're a small town, and you bring in some kind of big business, and you're expected to monitor it and take care of it and police it, and you don't have the ability to do that effectively. I mean, I just feel like I can't see the benefit. I see one person benefiting from this, not the rest of us, not our community, not our environment, not our groundwater. And so anyway, this is the first time in 47 years that I've come to a meeting to speak my piece, and I hope you consider rejecting this application for a special permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking. Oh, thank you.
Pass it.
Yeah, you guys want to look at this. Should we make a copy? We'll make a copy. Yeah, Nancy, we're gonna enter the, we can just enter stuff, right, into the record?
Yeah, Nancy can take it.
Yeah, you guys want to see it? We'll enter the petition into the record.
You got to make a motion, receive and place on file?
No, you don't.
No? Thank you.
They can just, things that are submitted at the meeting, you can just take in. Yeah.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. I am here to express my concerns about the business on 89.
Your name and your address
I'm
first.
sorry. Leticia Roseman, Chase Parker Estates.
Thank you.
I'm here to express my concerns about the business on 89 Chase Road. I cannot emphasize enough how worried I am about this. One of my biggest concerns is how the quality of air becomes compromised. We all have the right to enjoy time outside without worrying about what we are breathing. Our property value is also of high concern. We have all worked really hard to invest in our properties. We live in a nice town where all the departments in town hall have been nothing but supportive. I don't ever remember a time when I needed assistance from them that I haven't received it. Today, I'm asking for your assistance. I'm sorry. Today, I'm asking for your support with this matter. I understand everybody has the right to start a business, but it doesn't mean that it should be at others' expense, especially when talking about health risks. I would like to ask if there was some mentions about using vegetables, grass, brush, and nutrients. Do they all make that smell? To my knowledge, I don't think they do. I please ask you to deny the special permits, as I believe I have the right to continue to enjoy our home and feel safe and comfortable. I am concerned about the value of our property, as I said it before, and I understand somebody wants to run a business, but doing so in what to diminishes so many residents' quality of life simply is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burke, or Mr. Mello, just want to ask you again, what do you think the odor they're talking about?
I think it was from the clam base. The shells, that there is no, we've all been out there, the state, everyone, there's no smell from that. That's not even part of this. But I think part of the clam bodies and things like that, that was the smell. We've gotten rid of it. We've ended it. Mainly because that one person came to me and I listened about the neighborhood.
Are the clam shells still there?
Hold on, sir. Also, someone mentioned trucks late at night.
Okay,
Is
so,
that
and said Stop and Shop trucks. The Stop and Shop trucks only come during the day, and that is feed. It's not to do with the compost, that's feed. The other part of this, the other part of the public hearing is so that we can put this inside with your approval, because Kyle's looking for the special permit. Now, if it not, we'll continue doing it in the front as we are, rightfully so. That's nothing to do with composting, that's feeding the cattle.
Stop and Shop trucks are for the feed for the cattle.
That's correct.
Hold on. And someone, hold on. Excuse me, order, please. So what, again, even though I'm going to ask her a question, what
Okay.
trucks have come at 2 in the
But
morning or later
I
at
don't
night?
know, I'm going to have to look into it. No one should be there. The gentleman spoke about a gate. There is a gate that's closed. I cannot
Listen, we got to maintain order. One person speaks at a time, and they speak through the chair. Go ahead, sir.
So, I can't control the neighborhood kids or the neighborhood adults, right?
Ma'am,
So,
if you keep interrupting,
Yeah. I think the person speaking, those are they actually bought part of the farm at a discounted rate, and now they don't want the farm there. That's a problem. That's a real problem.
all right. But you don't schedule, do you schedule deliveries at night? Do they
I
have
do
free
not.
range to
I do
deliver
not.
stuff? You do not. Okay. Someone also mentioned, I
Any-
believe, actual garbage trucks.
Anything to do with compost can only be brought in. We bring it in from 7 to 4. Otherwise, there's no operator there, we can't receive it.
John, we have a video of semi-trucks, midnight hours, 2 in the morning, going down there.
I'd like to see them.
I'll show it. I got tons. We'll get them.
So I can identify what's
Please.
maybe someone's stealing from me.
Maybe, but what I would like to say is,
Order. Go ahead.
so this is the part. You can't just say that I don't have control. It's Frank Bergeron. You can't just
You
say,
just got a new neighbor, that you helped me.
yeah. So I'm saying, please, you can't say, well, I can't control this, or I
I
can't.
never said I can't control.
I don't know about that. It's your property, John. If people are coming and going,
Excuse me, are you talking for both of us?
I'm just,
Again.
I'm talking to say to you, John, it's your property. So if trucks are coming and going and you don't know about it, that's a problem. That gate, whatever you're talking about, doesn't stop. Like, if there's a gate at the end, nobody could go down there.
That is correct. There's a gate.
Not at the beginning of the entrance. So trucks are coming and going.
I don't own both sides of that beginning, where
Blacktop.
Chase's property is,
The blacktop
the blacktop.
driveway. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no gate there.
You want a gate out at the street?
It stops the traffic from going in. That's how are these trucks going in at night?
That, I don't.
Can you say where the gate is, John? Where is the gate located?
The gate is, as you saw when you all met at the barn, the first barn, the gate is right at the end of that rail so that no one can get beyond that point, and it's posted no trespassing.
All right, my question was, someone mentioned actual garbage trucks, and we were.
Yes. Sometimes a town will bring in, and I was in shock myself when I saw it, but they do curbside leaf pickup, and that's what's in those trucks. That's, it might be once a month that they offer that.
No.
But it'll run, you haven't seen it for a while probably because they'll start.
What's in the easy disposal trucks?
Yes.
The easy disposal.
Yes.
That's there more than once a day, once a week or month or whatever you said. That's an ongoing.
When they're
Order,
doing,
order. I'll let you respond. Let me just finish getting my answer.
Okay.
We're the ones that are going to vote on this, so we're the ones that need answers. I will let you follow up,
Okay.
okay? All right. Garbage trucks coming in, you said curbside. Leaves are coming in it? Is that what you're telling me? All right, hold on. And just while we're on it, is it a roll-off or something? An easy,
Easy disposal. It's like a rear load.
a real, oh.
it
so
looks
it's
like a garbage truck.
It is a garbage
I was
truck. It is
in
a
shock.
garbage truck.
Because I'm
Those
saying, what are
garbage
they doing
trucks.
coming in here?
Those garbage trucks are bringing
Leaves.
leaves.
Mr. Chairs.
Go ahead,
City
sir.
of Fall River, City of Fall River uses those type of trucks, yeah.
City of Fall River?
Yeah.
And what was it, what was the name of that company? Easy?
Easy disposal.
Which is subcontracted, I think, to Fall River.
City of Fall River. You've told us that leaves, vegetables, fruits, and other things. I'm just trying to clarify things and just get your response. People have, I believe someone said you were bringing in trash. Is that?
No. Not at all.
All right. Does that, before I let you speak, you keep having your hand up. Do you want to talk about what we're,
The smell that you get, they keep saying clam shells. It's clam bellies, clam shells. But there's also waste from slaughterhouses going in there. That's part of the smell too. You know what I mean? It's like rotten meat.
It smells like decomposition.
Yes, it's rotten meat.
is there,
We had brought a load or two in way back when, but have not
I mean,
since.
there's roll-off trucks that go in there.
Back when?
It's there.
That was animal feed, I assume, right? Was that what it was?
I think so.
Mr. Chairman, there is a farm there, so those cattle are being fed, and largely the food that they're being fed is vegetable, fruit, but in that instance, they may have been fed some meat, and that may be what, but that isn't a regular thing, I don't believe.
No, you don't feed cattle food. It's being brought in and it's being dumped down back with the process.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's mixed in with clam. If you went down there, there's meat, clam shells. clam
Not since the
bellies, everything
22nd.
mixed.
There's no smell, there's nothing.
What time is that back gate locked?
It should be locked at 4 o'clock. The gate, it's an electric gate, a remote, and someone broke through, but we manually normally close it at 4 o'clock.
Did we see all the composting area? Did we see all the composting area that you have?
Yes, yes. That's what's permitted. That's what Kyle said about the 9 acres, whatever it is.
Okay, so before I let the next person speak, anyone have any questions on what we've heard so far? Not yet. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Right, it's nice to be with you here tonight. My name is Noah Roseman. I'm in Chase Parker Estates. I'd like to begin.
Excuse me, can you clarify what Chase Parker Estates are?
Yeah.
You could say a street name?
Yeah, it's
That goes
Nick-
for anybody, just so.
Nick Drive.
Nick Drive, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's, yeah.
I didn't know.
It's a little more than that. It's Riley.
Nick Drive, Cody Drive, I know exactly.
Help me
but
out
he's-
here, guys. Yep.
Do you have a number of Nick Drive? A house number?
Yeah, we'll, if we don't have to, I guess we'd rather not.
Do they have
Yeah.
to?
I just like to begin by saying that when we purchased our home, like everybody here, you know, we love the property. We love our home. I love to look outside and see just what we have. And what, you know, we see the turkeys going by. We love just the way it looks. There's a lot to it. It's really an emotional thing being a home owner. Having been raised in Rochester, Massachusetts myself, if you saw me at one of the other town meetings, I always say that it's God's country, you know, Rochester, Massachusetts. That's what I was always told as a kid. And I intentionally moved here because I just wanted to be around where I was raised. About 8 years ago, my father had the opportunity to come to my house. And I'm very glad that he got to do that because we lost him 8 years ago. He was 91 years old. He was 53 when I was born. So getting him to see my house was a big deal. And he said something, and I'm leading up to something here. He said, "Noah, boy," and he was already 91. He said, "Boy, Noah, I love the way the slope is here." He was 91, a carpenter all his life, and he focused on that one thing. So anybody who does any work at my house, I tell them, you're in charge of keeping the integrity of it because Bernie Roseman saw what he saw. I worry about what he thinks right now. And I think either he's saying, "Noah, get the heck out of there," or "Noah, stay and come to the podium and fight for it." And that's why I decided to come here to speak. For our neighbors, for myself, but for anybody that is impacted by this, I came here to speak here tonight. The smell is unbearable. It reeks of animal death. I know one of my neighbors used that term, and I said, "That's it. That's exactly what it is." And my wife spoke about that too. I couldn't label it. What is it? It's animal death. I have no reason to believe that if we cease the clams, if we cease the seafood, if we cease, no, it's gonna come back. It's there now. All you need is a westerly wind, and it's in your face. I miss the days of having lunch on my rear deck or dinner on my rear deck. I can't. It's nauseating. I can't eat a meal outside anymore. I'm stuck inside the house with closed windows in God's country. We're seeing wildlife that we've never seen before. There's coyotes coming very close to the house. And on the Facebook page, we're forced to post to each other, be careful about your pets, the coyotes are out. And we do that because we take care of each other. We see all kinds of wildlife now. Big birds are hovering around constantly, and it's no wonder why. The seagulls, I'm sure my neighbors will talk about the seagulls. I teach multiplication to kids. So what I did is I looked at the roofs and I saw, okay, we're gonna do 20 times 20 times 20 times 20. I came up with 160 and I stopped. I'm like, I'm not gonna keep counting the seagulls. I counted at least 160. It was a gross sight. And I have no reason to believe that that would stop now. Just because we're saying that we're not doing certain things like the clams. Oh, there'll be more. There'll be other things. I worry about health. I was an asthmatic as a kid. I worry about what I'm left with, what my lungs are left with from that experience and what'll happen now. As I've already inhaled the aerosols. I've researched this a little bit. It doesn't take much to find that composting releases what are called bioaerosols. And I dug a little bit to find out what that is. It's fungi, mold, all these things that are in the air that I want to know who would be responsible for. Who would be responsible for the medical bills that I would incur? Who knows when, 20 years down the road? What are the complications that my neighbors will have, their kids will have, I'll have, my family will have? And who's responsible for those medical bills as it becomes a reality? From living next to commercial composting or any kind of this depackage recycling. I don't know all the terms, but I worry about the kids. I teach little kids. I worry about kids. That's what I do. I know it's not right up against it, but Freetown Elementary School is kind of like near it. And when kids are out at recess, there's an impact. I know it's not right near it, but there's probably an impact. As the kids are playing outside, they're inhaling the bioaerosols. As my neighbor's kids are playing outside, their kids are inhaling the bioaerosols. It's fungi and mold, like I said. It's dangerous and causes complications. The property values will decrease. Nobody's going to want to live in the stinky neighborhood. As a matter of fact, my guests that I invite over, I've heard their kids say, Mom, Dad, don't bring me to the stinky neighborhood. They don't want to come. And our guests don't want to go outside. They've even told me, Noah, you got to do something about this. Well, that's why I'm here tonight. Because I'm fighting for our property, my neighbor's property, and everybody's right to enjoy the property that we purchased with our hard work. I heard mention about leaves, and I keep hearing leaves, and we'll take the town leaves. Seems pretty enticing. Seems really enticing to take the town leaves, almost like you do this for us, we'll take your leaves. There's a lot more than leaves here. Organic matter, I have no idea what it is, and I'm not going to pretend that I know all the terminology. But it's more than leaves. It will be more than leaves, and I hope the town isn't enticed by we'll take your leaves. So right before I leave the podium, just to maintain the integrity of my father coming to the property and seeing what he saw, and he's looking down on me right now, and boy, I'll tell you, he's proud of my wife and myself because he saw the slope that he saw. He commented on the slope. He loved the slope. He was 91. That's what he came out with. But he's telling me, and I can hear him. He says, Noah, the decision that the planning board makes, just make your next move very carefully. Because, boy, I'll tell you, I want to stay. I love my house. I love my house. I love the land. But I'm worried about our health. I'm worried about everybody's health, the kids' health. One last thing. In Rochester, Massachusetts, I rode my bike around the block, and I never had to smell any of that stuff, ever. I lived a peaceful, peaceful experience. I want your kids to experience the same. I want them to be able to be out on their bikes, whatever they have, whatever they do, and not be raised in the stinky neighborhood. All right. That's all I got.
Thank you.
All right. Bruno Almeida, 4 Riley Circle. Quick question. Do any of yous live within like a mile of this place? Just being curious. You don't have to say it, but no?
Currently, no.
So, okay.
Where's Riley Circle?
You do?
No, I'm curious where Riley Circle is.
It's right behind it. Right across the train tracks, right in the backyard. So we get that big wind that just comes and smacks us in the
You're
face.
on the east side of the railroad tracks?
Yep.
By Nick Drive and all
Yep.
that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So how close do you live?
Well, my office is at the railroad tracks.
Right. How often are you outside hanging around? Never, right?
Varies.
So you're not outside drinking a beer with your friends and having that hit you in the face, right?
I don't drink. So.
Okay. Or socialize, talk?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. I served my country. I usually let people do what they want. He has every right to make what he wants, money, but this is going over the line. I can't go outside with my friends. A lot of my friends are here. We can't hang outside and have a beer. We cannot. You want to vomit. It's so bad. If any of you's lived anywhere close to that, this probably wouldn't even be up for discussion. I'm sorry. I'm just being frank. You guys would have shot this down in a heartbeat. It's that bad. And it's really not fair to anybody here that we work our asses off and have to deal with this. It's not right. He says the EPA's limit him to a certain amount, right? You're at max capacity right now?
It's
State,
governed
right?
by a certain thing.
So you're at max to the
So it's not
state.
to increase.
So if the state came in and said you can triple or quadruple, you would do it in a heartbeat.
But I'm at the mercy of this
Right,
board.
but if they gave you the permit and let you do what you do, and the state came in and said you can go 10 times bigger, you would. You're a businessman. You can't tell me to my face that you
I
wouldn't.
appreciate you speaking for me.
But you would. Just be honest. All right. So, anybody in here with a right mind that would work, you would know if somebody gave you that sweetheart deal that you can go 10 times as big, why wouldn't you? Of course you would. There's no reason he wouldn't. So, I just say, please, think of everybody here. We cannot live there. My roof has got shingles missing from the seagulls. I got seashells in my backyard. It's unbearable. And he can say it's just from whatever fish or oysters, whatever, but there's no stopping them if you guys approve this. There's no stopping them.
That's right. Absolutely.
This is only the beginning. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good
Mr. Mello, thank you for
going through all of this. My name is Christopher Collins. I live on Bayberry Lane, off of Parker Drive, next to the Laffertys. I've been a resident of this town for almost 38 years now. My family founded this town, the Cudworths. So I have some experience with what this community has been and is turning into. I respectfully request that we deny this special permit due to the nuisance of what has transpired at this location. The odor is intolerable. It is impossible, as most people have stated, to sit in their yards. Similar to Mr. Roseman, my grandkids come over the house and say, "Grampy, why does it smell here?" And I live just about a mile away, and it's through the woods, and there are trees. So the efforts of containing the odor is much greater than planting some trees in the area. It was publicly stated that this is in the best public's interest. So I'm curious as to how it helps our community. I understand the industry. I work in the industry. But I also know that there are rigid permits that are required to operate waste industry facilities. And I'm not speaking on behalf of my company, but I'm speaking on behalf of my community. There seems to be some loopholes that have been stepped through. We've operated, I think Mr. Bergeron said, we're asking for forgiveness before permission. So I just respectfully request that this is denied. I also ask that the max daily volumes, what is that going to be? What is the permitted volume that the DEP is permitting Mr. Mello to operate under at the present time? So,
Do we
who's
have
gonna?
those?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, do we have the daily volume? Is
There,
that something you have?
on animal feed, there is no restrictions. On food waste, like 6 tons a day, it's minuscule.
The cows are eating the food waste, aren't they?
No. It's different product.
So that 6 tons of the food waste is used for the composting?
Yes.
And I think it was mentioned earlier, not to be redundant, but who's going to be monitoring the daily activity? If there's a gate and it seems to be ineffective, what measures are going to be taken to ensure that trucks are not coming at off hours? Again, I understand that there are permitted hours for operations, but to the Bergeron statement, there are trucks entering and leaving at all hours of the night. That's a public nuisance. So, Mr. Mello, again, thank you for listening to us, and thank you to the board.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. So our zoning does not have a nuisance bylaw, so that's not on the table for me to enforce.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, if we were to put that as a just say it was to go in favor, could we put that as a restriction and make it enforceable?
There'll be a turn.
Put what?
Hours of operation.
Yes, you can have hours of operation.
Okay.
Certainly, that's a very regular.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to speak out of line, but there is no noise ordinance for different times of the day?
So there is by state regulation, but not local. So you talk, I think you said about nuisance. Well, we have no some towns have a nuisance, right? A nuisance ordinance. This town does not.
Does not, okay. But a noise ordinance is different than a nuisance?
Yes.
So it is.
Okay.
There's a lot of testing you got to do, and so it's something we can look at.
Go ahead.
Oh, I apologize. Is your name Kevin? Are you Kevin?
I'm not.
Your first, no?
Nope.
No, okay. All right, so
Chad.
just a little history. My name is Joe Bossi. I live on Costa Drive. You probably know where I live.
I know.
I was the first person to complain back in 2018-19 when you had a skyscraper of clamshells about 300 feet from my property.
You remember what the finding was back then?
Yeah, you moved it.
No, someone ended up, the DEP came, inspected it, found nothing on my property. But come to find out, south of you, someone had dumped a load of human waste months before. And that's where that ended up, that smell came from, because they were trying to figure out, was it coming from my property on Braley Road?
Yeah.
Or was it coming from Crapo Hill? And come to find out, someone had dumped a load of human waste back then.
Okay, so...
Nothing to do with my
Yeah,
property.
Okay, so is the board aware that this has been going on since 2018?
No,
Well, that's
that's
not even
not
a-
true.
It's not true?
Since 1993.
No, the clamshells.
Yeah, 1993.
Okay, I appreciate that. You moved them behind the property, behind preferred concrete,
Yes.
about roughly of that year, 6 years, around.
Don't really remember what
Okay,
year.
either way, the smell became unbearable. I called the health inspector. I had a drone at the time that I was just flying leisurely, and I discovered where the smell was coming from because for months I couldn't go in my yard. You'd gag. I mean, going into a dumpster in July when food is rotting is an unbearable, godly smell. Has anyone driven behind a dump truck of decaying food and garbage? You know the juices that smell at the back? Picture that oozing into your backyard, okay? That's what my whole house smelled like. I had flies like I was breeding them in my house. For months, I called the health inspector, and he was useless. If this is a smart TV, I'd love to show you a video of his inspection, because I have it on video. I called the state, I called him, I called Channel 12, because there was a gentleman that poured a clamshell road in Rhode Island, and he was fined about $1,000 a day for about a month until he removed it, and it was just a clamshell road, because the neighbors put up such a stink that the smell was unbearable. This isn't tons of clamshells. This was just a road that the gentleman put in to access a farm, okay? So lo and behold, I get in touch with the health inspector. It takes months for this guy. I don't remember his name, but I do have a video. I don't recall his name, but anyhow, I had to get in touch with Tony Costa, which is your abutter. Well, at the time, he was your abutter. He would not access his land through my land because I'm not an immediate butter. There's maybe 100 feet between us. I had to get Tony Costa, which was an elderly guy, and he was stuck in his ways, you know, him to sign just something stating that the health inspector could walk across his property to access your property. He had concerns, took a long time, but the health inspector made me, you know, run circles. But he had no intentions of doing the inspection, and I have a video to prove it. So finally, he gets his permission slip to walk across the property. On video, he walks down my driveway. He knew what was going on. He wasn't dumb. It's a small town. Everybody knows everybody. He walks down, got a video of him walking across my backyard, never stepped foot off of my property. So the permission slip wasn't needed because he knew why he was there and he didn't want to see it. He turned around and walked up the driveway. He was there for about 2 minutes. Okay? Now you recall the time period because I called the health inspector and I told him, I says, so I seen your inspection, what's your conclusion? And he said, I don't know. I said, so the video that I sent you, the pictures that I sent you of the skyscraper of clamshells 200 feet from my property line, I said, you didn't find any clams? Oh, no, I didn't see anything. I said, really? I says, you're going to have a lot of answers then because Channel 12 is on the way to your office right now because I've got all the video footage of your inspection. I says, I have a 5-gallon bucket of clams that I took from your property that have clam meat on them. Now, you can get away with calling it agricultural as long as there's no meat on the clamshells. When there's meat, you got a problem because it's hazardous waste. There was meat, which is why we have seagulls and crows like we're on the ocean. I got a video of that. If you got a smart TV, I'll show you. Thousands of seagulls defecating all over your property, ruining the paint on your cars, ripping the roofs off your house. I need a roof. You want to pay for my roof? Because I can gladly show you what your seagulls and crows have done to my house just in the last 5 years. Not to mention I can't use my property. had a nice hot tub, could enjoy a nice fire. Can't do that.
How many years ago was this?
This was 2019. That's when it started. So this is not new to me. This has been going on for 6 years. 6 years. I'll give you your permit. You put your house on that property. You put it there. You live there. You live it, you can do it. That's my stipulation. If we gotta smell it,
We're
if he's making a
discussing
few
another
bucks,
parcel of land.
I'm talking. If we've gotta smell it, you should have to live there. Because it's real nice when you're shitting in someone else's backyard. Real nice.
Order.
I don't have that luxury.
Sir,
That's what happened with this.
I would love to show the committee the videos and stuff that I have, because I did submit them, but I know how it works. They probably got lost, no one's seen it. I thought you were Kevin. I'd love to show them live to everybody, so you can see there's more seagulls in my backyard than McDonald's if you're giving out fries.
He's talking about another property.
okay.
I've got roof damage, I got crows eating clams on my roof.
Have you submitted them to the planning board?
I sent them through email.
To the planning board?
I believe so, yeah. I'd have to go through my email, but I don't know. I've talked to so many people.
How
This
many
is 6
years
years.
ago?
This was 6 months ago. And I want to bring up this, though. I think it's really, really convenient that 4 weeks ago you stopped bringing in the clams. Are you shitting me? You can't be that dumb.
Order.
I didn't say anything wrong. Public.
Order.
I'm not allowed to talk?
I'm speaking now.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just interrupted me. I was in the...
I'm the chairman, I control the room.
Okay.
Okay? I'm trying to give you the email so you can send us the video. And you're arguing with me. I'm trying to give you it so we can get it.
Right now?
I can play it on... If it's a smart TV, I can play it right here.
We email it.
Listen.
Are you playing it now, or are you playing it behind closed doors?
We don't do... All of our meetings are public.
Interrupting him.
Order. Next person that speaks leaves. Okay. What's our email so this guy can get our... Or you could bring a thumb drive?
I can show you the video. I got about 4 of them. I have, back in 2019, the inspector walking down my driveway, going in the
All right.
backyard, turning around, coming out.
Hold on 1 minute. I
This is
understand.
different
Chairman, I have a
property.
thumb drive right here full of videos and pictures. If you'd like
Perfect,
to put it
perfect.
on.
Well, we're
Do
dealing
you
with
know
it
if
right
those
now.
are the
Chairman,
videos
we
I
don't even
submitted?
think this is the
These are my
property
pictures.
we're
Oh, okay,
talking
I'm
about.
sorry.
Chase Parker Estates.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were from the town.
No.
Listen, order.
Megan.
Everyone will have their chance to talk. We're not going to yell over each other and argue in here. It's not going to happen. Okay? And then, for the record, we by law, when someone does an application, have to give them a hearing. No one said yet. I don't think anyone here has their mind made up yet. We have to go through a whole hearing. If anyone here had their mind made up before we started, that would be probably illegal. That's why we're letting you all speak. And you guys, half of you yelling at us, we're listening to all of you. I got 3 pages, 4 pages of notes here from everyone talking. If we don't give him a permit, if he would have walked in this room and I opened up this hearing and said, yeah, okay, you're denied. We did that in town before. I think it cost us $200,000 a year for 20 years. What is the planning board email?
So it's planning? Do you want me to write it?
Or you can bring us a thumb drive. He has it on his phone.
It's on my phone. I wouldn't even know how to put it on a thumb drive. I mean,
If you can mail it to...
can I show you right now? I mean,
You could,
you guys can huddle together. I can show you.
You can get on the screen, but they
We don't have
You
to make
said you
this.
sent it.
I did.
Oh,
I
where
did.
did you send it? To the cloud?
No, I sent it. I tried to send it to Kevin. Who's Kevin? The building inspector?
Kevin is our health inspector.
Okay, so he's the health agent. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so you must have received it then.
Representative from the Board of Health.
All right, so if you're from the Board of Health, then I would have emailed it to you. Because he asked me to email it to his office, and he gave me the email address, and I emailed it. But it was difficult to send it because it's a rather large file. So, like I said, it got lost. But I have it. I have no problem streaming it to a smart TV.
Being advised by our attorney, if you can get it on the TV, we can, right?
I can let other people talk,
we
and I
can
can try to get it on the TV while other people talk, but
We can't get it on the
I
TV.
can't, it's too long.
Creating the YouTube video so that it can be sent live
Excuse me.
later, so anybody can watch this meeting.
Okay, I got you.
So send it to planning@freetown.
It's not gonna send, miss. It's too large of a
Large,
file.
okay.
I had to send it to my private home email, and then I had to get creative, and, you gotta shrink the file down or something
If you
to
want to
send it.
stop by the office in the town hall, I will help you obtain it so that we can take it into the record.
Okay.
I'm happy to help you.
Okay, I'm a little frustrated because I already had sent it. Somebody has it.
I completely understand. If I can get it from Kevin Damaris, I will, but I'm also offering you, if you want to stop by the town hall, I will be happy to help you put it onto a format that we can show it at the next meeting.
Okay. So is there gonna be a decision made tonight, or?
I'm making an assumption
Okay.
that the meeting would probably be continued, and then we will have it set up for the next meeting so it can be showed to everyone, so we all see it.
Okay, well,
Also, if anyone wants to submit videos,
Just bring them by the office.
papers, anything like that, like we got the petition in today. Frank's attorney sent us something today. That's all stuff that we can't just distribute today because it's within so many hours we have it.
Okay.
But if it is continued, this hearing, we can display it we will display it on our website and will be readily available for next meeting. So if it's continued and you send that to us, we can play it for the meeting. Now, I believe we'll be able to watch that individually, you know.
Mr. Chair,
Go
it
ahead,
has
sir.
to be in by Friday or Thursday.
Thursday at 10 a.m., right?
Thursday?
Yes.
Before the meeting. So we have a deadline of Thursday at 10 a.m. to take in any new information so that the planning board has a chance to review it prior to a public hearing. So that's how it's best set up.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And how it works too is, we're the planning board, right? We're elected officials. We do 2 meetings a month. We're unpaid elected officials. So when you talk to the health department or the zoning enforcement officer, building department, those are your people that are there full-time, that we're not their boss, but we do work with them. So if they're doing day-to-day, we might not see something like that.
Okay.
If you need the planning board, we need to get a hold of Nancy Durfee. She's the one, she's full-time there, and she gets us all our information, and I tell you, she's good. You send it in, she gets it to us, so we can review it for our future meeting.
Okay. In closing, I want to reiterate what that gentleman had said. There's no guardrails, okay? And history shows, nothing personal, you tend to ask for forgiveness after you've shit on everybody in town. You're going to do what you want with your property, and I'm a firm believer in you should be able to do what you want. Thank you. I like business. I love business. I'm all for it. But, when it goes to the point, you can't tell me you didn't smell what you were doing for years. I mean, it was ridiculous. I was being told that there was no meat. The caveat to you having the clamshells was that you assured the town, and the town assured me, that there was no meat on the clam, because if there's meat on it, that's a serious problem. I don't know if you want to, discuss that a little further, but if there's meat on the shell, you got a problem, because that's considered hazardous waste. And you had meat on the clams because that's what attracted the birds. The birds don't eat shells, they eat meat. And they were carrying the shells with the meat and dropping them on my property, his property, and then they were defecating after eating their buffet of meat. They're shitting all over my house, and they're tearing up my roof. I got a video of crows on my roof eating shells on my roof, ripping up my roof. Now, I need a $20,000 roof. It's normal they needed a roof, but not when it was because birds tore it up. They have sharp claws. They carry the clams. They drop the clams on your car. I got dents, look like a golf ball. Hit my car. It's absurd. And you can say you're not going to do it. You did it without permission. Once they give you this permit, no one's going to stop you. You're going to do whatever you want. You've done it in the past. You can say all you want. You won't. You did it. History is good. History shows what you're capable of and what you're willing to do. That's it.
We've spent 30 minutes. We've spent 30 minutes discussing another parcel of land in another part of town.
Yeah, that's correct. Sir, I don't remember his name.
Joe?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I just have a question for you.
I'm sorry, I walked.
All right, so that video, is behind your house by Coster Drive?
The videos that I have, they're all from my property, yes, all of them.
Okay.
There's like 5.
All right, so and we'll still accept any video you send us. Just want to know about the parcels that are on Chase Road. Is that affecting your property also?
The smell, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
The smell, when I get a wind coming out of the west, coming in my direction, or if we get a morning, everybody knows this. If you get rain the night before, and you get those stagnant air nights that it rained, you know what I'm talking about, and you get a little bit of fog in the morning, you look out and you see that fog on the ground and there's no movement of air, you go outside, you can't breathe. I mean, the air is just so stagnant and smells like death. And I didn't know until this meeting that you had brought in animal parts that were decaying. I thought it was just clams, and I'm like, God, when I say horrible, it's unbearable. I'm telling you, the only way you can describe it is picture your worst dumpster experience or the worst garbage truck you've ever been behind when the juices are flowing out in the summer. Picture that covering your yard. I mean, just awful. Embarrassing. You can't have people over. You can't go in your yard. You can't open your windows. It's a beautiful night. You know, you want to be able to hear the animals, the frogs, you know, on a fall night or whatever. You can't. It's impossible. So you're running your AC. You can't enjoy your yard. You can't enjoy the fresh air. There is no fresh air. Your car's getting destroyed. Everything's getting pooped on. I mean, it's not a little nuisance. It's all out. I would invite all of you guys to come and put the clams back, and you stop by. We can have the next meeting in my yard, and you guys can all smell it before you make your mind up.
Sure.
I'm all for it. All day, you can bring back exactly what you had. I got pictures of it from a drone, so we can replicate exactly what you've had in the past.
Or, how about the birds? When's the last time the birds have been on your property on Costa Drive?
Honestly, I haven't seen them in probably, I'm gonna guess, probably a couple months.
It's been quite a few months since the spring.
Yeah, it's probably been 2-3 months, but I mean, I can show you videos, like I said, I'll submit them, I know I can't.
understand you're far from the site, that's why I'm asking your specific location.
I'm on, if you look on a map, Google Earth, from his property, I don't know, maybe 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, 1,500 feet, I'm not.
From this?
Yeah, no.
This
He's
proposal.
talking about Brayley Road. We're on a whole different page.
No, it's the clamshells. I smell clams. I've been smelling them for 5 years. I know where they're coming from.
All right.
You just recently stopped it because you want to get approval. You didn't stop it to be nice. You
Oh, I
did it because you
didn't
had to.
stop it. I'm not going to discuss it.
So, okay, thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
for now.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'll be very quick, actually. My name is Wendy Morrill. I actually reside in New Bedford now, have for 6 years, but prior to that, I was in Freetown for 16 years. I was part of a group that has fought a couple of projects in our area successfully that would have had detrimental impact, environmental, and on everybody's properties and quality of life. We just stopped the Parallel Products trash transfer station that was proposed for the north end of New Bedford in the business park. So that would have impacted all of your lives too if you take 140. So just for that alone. But what I want to say is I don't have any skin in the game personally because I don't live that close right now, but I do have experience and knowledge of what it is to deal with the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, and I'm here to tell you that they don't monitor or inspect anything. They rubber stamp their permits, and then they leave it up to the cities and towns to deal with the fallout of what they approved. So I say that to say to you, the complaints that you're hearing here tonight are going to become solely your problem, the town's problem. And for people to get up, and I understand respectfully, I understand what you're saying. You haven't made a decision yet. You're hearing all the information. I respect that process. That's part of the process. But you're also talking about a town that dealt with Excel sneaking in, Stop and Shop sneaking in, and it was all for, for the benefit of the town and big business and tax revenue. But, and I, as somebody who advocates for the environment, I'm all for programs that reduce waste and benefit the environment and and help the taxpayers, but not at the cost of their quality of life and their property values and their health and their safety. So there's a responsible way to conduct a business like this. I'm in favor of composting, but not in somebody's backyard. That's not acceptable. So I just want to make sure that you're aware, and I'm sure you are, you're an agency, the health department as well. The Mass DEP, they do the rubber stamping, and they're doing it based on regulations that are ridiculously outdated, 30, 40 years old. They don't apply anymore. They're not applying things that we now have learned about, like PFAS and things like that, toxins that we didn't know about even 20 years ago. So they just rubber stamp, and then it becomes your problem. So I tell you, I just went through this with the Board of Health in the city of New Bedford. For 6 years, we fought this project. Board of Health did the right thing in New Bedford. 2 out of 3 voted against that project because they realized that they have a stronger authority to rule what happens in their city and town because it's their city and town. So they know the demographics, they know the history, they know the challenges, they know the makeup of the land. And so they respect it, they want to maintain it, they want to preserve it and protect it. So they did the right thing. And so I'm asking you to do the right thing as well by your citizens. Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Samantha Downs. I live on Nick Drive, which is Chase Parker Estates. I have a couple things for you. First of all, I have a thumb drive with videos and pictures.
Nancy. Thank you.
And I also received a written statement from one of my neighbors who wasn't able to come tonight. Would you like me to read it, or would you like me to just give it to you?
You can read it. You can read it, and if you have a copy, we'll take it as well.
Okay. So it says, "To the members of the Freetown, Mass. Planning Board, Board of Health Permit Review Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns over the permit application for 89 Chase Road. My name is Mary Ann Badurina, and I reside at 9 Nick Drive, which is just a street away from the property at 89 Chase Road. I'm writing to express strong concerns regarding the proposed composting operation at the above address and to request that the board thoroughly review its potential impacts. My primary concerns are as follows. Odor nuisance. During activity, there is a very strong and offensive smell emanating from the site. It is disruptive to our daily lives. For example, my family is unable to comfortably use our outdoor space because the smell is so intense. Allowing this operation will severely degrade our enjoyment and use of our property. Attraction of gulls and wildlife. The nature of clam waste, shells and soft tissue, appears to be attracting gulls and potentially other wildlife to the property and then onto our property. That brings noise, droppings, and can lead to further nuisance conditions or health concerns. We are concerned about increased wildlife presence and how that may affect safety, sanitation, and peaceful enjoyment of our home. Neighborhood character and property values. A composting operation of this kind in such close proximity to residences risks changing the character of the neighborhood from quiet residential to industrial type. That may affect quality of life and property values. It seems appropriate for the board to ask whether the location is suitable and whether neighbors have been adequately notified. In summary, we support sustainable practices in reducing waste, but not at the expense of the rights of residents to enjoy their homes, yards, and neighborhood in peace. The current smell and bird presence demonstrate that this operation, as proposed or as currently existing, is already causing a significant adverse impact. I respectfully ask the board to deny the permit to protect our ecosystem and the surrounding residences. Thank you for your time and for considering the perspectives of nearby residents. I would be happy to answer any questions or discuss further. Sincerely, Mary Ann Badurina, October 21st, 2025.
Thank you.
Yep. There. And I just had a whole bunch of general comments after speaking to multiple neighbors. Not everybody could be here tonight. I had one neighbor tell me who they had to replace their roof for $18,000 because of the damage from these seagulls. I have another neighbor who told me that he thought his septic system was failing, and he paid $400 to have his system inspected because he thought that's where the smell was coming from. It's not where it was coming from. We're downwind from prevailing winds. If you've ever been into Chase Parker Estates on any given day, it is always windy down there. Every day, it's wind. So you can smell it every day. There's a source of water supply in the back of that property. Has anybody checked to see the placement of this massive pile of shells in relation to the bodies of water that are back there? Are the wetland and conservation rules being followed? Are they beyond the setbacks of the buffer zones for the wetlands? Has there been any type of actual site plan submitted, an actual civil site plan? Just a question. I mean, I'm a matter of principle type of person, and just the simple fact that these activities have been going on unpermitted properly leads me to believe that the proper rules may not be followed, even if the proper permits are granted. And that's pretty much, I guess, all I'll say on that. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a point of information, please. Mr. Chairman, point of information. So, 310 CMR, 310 Commonwealth of Massachusetts Regulation, subsection 16.01, general requirements, only read two of them, general requirements. The purpose of general description. The purpose of 310 CMR 16.00 is to protect public safety, health, and the environment by comprehensive regulating A, the siting of solid waste facilities, and B, operations which recycle, compost, or convert recyclable or organic materials. Thank you.
Mark Rosofsky, 115 Chase Road, East Freetown. A little background on me. I was in the specialized trucking business. For 19 years, I consolidated and transported all of the dogfish, skate wing, and monkfish gurry out of the port of New Bedford and Fairhaven. It's a material that's considered a putrescible, as would clam bellies be considered a putrescible. I've interviewed with Sea-Watch International. I declined to do business with them because of the difficulty in getting rid of the material. I'd like to first go to a couple of statements that the applicant's attorney made. He stated that the composting site is a mile from the road. I'd like to know how it's a mile from the road when it's only 3,000 feet from my house, and my house is situated 80 feet from Chase Road. So there's a little bit, maybe he meant to say a kilometer. Maybe that's a mistake. Grass roots and vegetables, or grass and leaf compost produces a lousy product. It's what's called a leaf mold compost. It's not a very marketable product. It's sometimes used in landfill cover. It's what you would get when you go to your local landfill and you get compost for free. You put it in your garden. It really doesn't do much. It is porous. It does help retain water, moisture, but there's very little nutrient value in it. The nutrients in compost come from the nitrogenous material. Just a little additional background. I did a lot of business with a company called Earth Care Farm in Rhode Island. He's been in business for, I had a conversation with him this weekend, for 48 years. It's actually, Earth Care Farm was taking the clam bellies from Sea-Watch International, and he reached out to me. I've been in contact with him over the years. I retired 16 years ago. I shut my trucking down. So I don't have any skin in this game. I'm not looking to go in the trucking business. I'm not in the excavating business. I'm happily retired. He reached out to me because he inquired what was going on. Why wasn't he getting, the material had slowed down. At one point, he had ejected the hauler from his site because he lives in his house is literally on the farm. He lives on the farm. And he limits how much material he takes in. Very conscientious. It's a certified organic product that he produces. So he is the guru as far as composting goes. I realize John says he's been doing it for 20-odd years. I don't know all his properties. Take his word for that. When it comes to the initial complaints that I started noticing was, well, I'll read a brief statement. I lived at this listed address since December 1990. When purchasing the property, it was pointed out to me that there were active farms neighboring my land. Living amongst the farms and being familiar with the odors that can accompany them, I did not experience issues with them. And I believe some of the farmers that neighbor me are here, and they may attest that I never complained about them spreading manure on the field. I was aware of that. Those are farm smells, and I moved in and purchased knowing that. Fast forward to 2019, when tractor-trailer loads of sea clams shells were being stockpiled at the rear of 89 Chase Road. These are generated by Sea-Watch International, located in New Bedford, and trucked to the Chase Road site by M&W Livestock, based in Tiverton, Rhode Island. Now let me stop there. M&W Livestock had a big problem in Tiverton, Rhode Island. They were on Main Road. They had the contract to haul those shells. And what happened was they were making roads out of those shells 6 feet deep. They were basically landfilling their farm 6 feet at a time and saying, well, it's roads, okay? Eventually, they got chased out. So that was in 2014 or 2016, I believe, okay? Then they went to Fairhaven. You could see it right off of 195. They were dispatched from Fairhaven. I imagine that's when they found the applicant's site. Okay. Shortly after the shells started accumulating, putrid odors started to permeate the neighborhood, sometimes throughout the day and night. I also sometimes awoke in the morning to dozens, if not hundreds, of seagulls on the roofs of my structures. During the period of 2020 to 2021, there seemed to be an increase in activity in the form of composting taking place on the property. The activity only led to increased frequency of odor events. The unpredictability of odor and bird events has led me to limit the use of my property for personal and family events. No one wants to come for a family or a social get-together and have to suffer the foul odors, and I would not subject friends and family to that. I have to keep my windows and doors closed to minimize the issue in my home. I also run an air conditioner when I would otherwise prefer to have windows open and fresh air. Additionally, my property value has been diminished, as if I were to sell, I would have to disclose this known issue to any prospective buyer. I have reached out to the Board of Health and building departments, and while they're gracious in taking complaints, there seems to be little these departments can do to force Mr. Mello to cease this disruptive activity. Mr. Mello has demonstrated over the past years that he is not operating the facility with the best managed practices, and granting a permit would be to the detriment of not only myself, but the entire area surrounding neighborhoods. I implore the planning board to deny the application for the commercial composting special permit. So, additionally, I have a question for the chair, if he would ask the applicant what they have for an odor plan.
We'll ask that question. Do you guys have an odor plan or one maybe going
An
to
odor
be
plan,
implemented?
we've eliminated any of the clams, and the shells they're not part of this permit. They're nothing to do with this permit.
So, all right, so when we...
The shells are not causing an odor, and they're not used in the composting. They come to the site cleaned and sanitized. They're not part of the composting. The smell, we think we've eliminated with regard to not taking the Sea-Watch product anymore. And we don't believe there's any smell at the present time that's any problem from the composting. And the composting is, as the board knows from seeing it, set, I'll say it, it's a mile, I believe it's a mile from Chase Road back into the property where the compost piles are located. They're not on top of any, I mean, they're as far away as you could reasonably expect them to be.
So while we were there, obviously, you took us to the first building, which is the next special permit. But then we drove out to the composting area, and there was, prior to that, there was a huge pile, and I think that's what something separate we're talking about, a huge pile of clam shells.
Those are sanitized, disinfected.
Before they get to your site?
Before they can come in.
And then there was a separate fish or clam thing coming in that was being used for the compost?
Yes,
Prior, and then
yes.
you stopped that?
That is correct.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I want to follow up on his response, if I may, sir. How is the material being sanitized?
Yeah, well, we can ask that question. How does that stuff?
I'm not a chemist. All I know is DEP and everybody else has approved it. It's a sanitized product. That's all I can tell you.
And is that something that, I know he had that separate pile of clams there that he says does not pertain to what we're doing here. Do you know if that's something that is regulated by town? Is that something that?
There is no regulation through DEP or anything else because it's sanitized. When the other gentleman was speaking, if there were meat particles in it, then it's a whole, now it becomes solid waste. What he was talking about, a road, this and that. Look, there was a lot of nitrogen in the clam stuff that you need. That's why his friend in Charlestown, Rhode Island, was looking for that stuff back. But because of the smell, it's just not going to work. It's just, we've eliminated any smell.
Go ahead, sir.
So he can't, and I understand he can't answer how it's sanitized. It's just they're stating that they're sanitized. My understanding was that they're cooking them. The process that Sea Watch International, just for the record, is the largest sea clam producer in the United States, in the continental United States. They have 4 facilities. I'll provide you with information, contact information for them. And so back to his...
Just one second. Are we talking about the big pile of the clam shells?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Sea Watch, when they process the clams, what they do is they steam them open. They don't break them when they're raw. They steam them open. When you steam the quahog, they're quahogs. They're not little clams, they're quahogs. When they steam them open, they open up. What happens is that if everybody's familiar with a scallop is an adductor muscle. Sea clams have smaller adductor muscles. Those adductor muscles stick to the shell. They don't come out of the shell. The bellies are full of sand and, they're delicious if you eat them fresh and hot. But, once they're cold, they're garbage. They're black. It's a black mush. So the clam bellies are a totally separate product from the clam shells. And they're transported in a different manner. They have to come in a sealed container. And the reason why in Rhode Island he had shunned them for a while is because the broker that handles the shipment of this product, which I'll also provide you the information with, is One Earth Organics, located in Mashpee, Massachusetts. So there's an intermediary between Mona's Hog Farms, and it's convoluted. I understand it's a lot of information to take in, but it's important because, as the information goes down the line, what happens is the game of like telephone when you were children. As you tell that story, it gets convoluted, and he may not be getting the correct information, and I can give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But so back to the odor control plan. You have a plan.
Yeah, we eliminated the odor.
It's in writing.
No, it's a fact.
Okay, can I approach?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a guide to agricultural composting. This has the regulations and what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to have a written plan. Now, if he's been agriculturally composting, he's been doing it in violation to the rules. I think you have to leaf through
Yep.
those 3 pages. Okay, in violation to the regulations, I'll step back.
Can I say, that's a very good question, because
Gotcha.
I did not do, I went for a DEP permit and had to explain what I was going to do.
Yep.
So that was a very good question. It's not agricultural. I did a DEP permit, and I had to explain the water runoff. I had to explain what we were going to do for odor control.
Okay.
So he's right. It's very good.
Can we have a copy?
That, you can have that one. So,
So,
all right.
so again, we are talking about that big pile of clamshells.
Well, that is on the acreage that he is referring to.
Okay.
That is on the property. I also have a map here which shows that he's actually utilizing probably more than double the 9-point-some-odd acres that he's requesting to have a permit for. And this map indicates that. And you could see it, and I could point to you if, depending on where you viewed, I don't think he took you onto that site.
You can show it to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only one spot of composting.
We received, I think, was it you that sent us the drone of the whole?
No, that's actually,
PD?
that's the chief of police who took that.
Okay, I know we've seen, did you guys see that yet? You guys?
No, stuff came in
It just came in
today.
today.
I also have a thumb drive. You already have one?
Did you have,
have
do you
it?
have his?
I'm doing
I have
good.
ours.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I know,
Which
but
came from the.
Is that the same?
Police department through the building commissioner.
Right.
I don't know.
Oh, you
if
have
it's
the one
same.
for the police,
No, I
from the
have the
police?
same one.
Okay.
Is
I
it,
have seen it.
is it RR08225?
I don't, it just came to me this way.
Can't open it.
I can't open it. I can't open it here today, but it will be available at the next
So-
meeting. We did just get this
Because
today.
it was past the deadline
Okay.
to submit the stuff, which was Thursday at 10 a.m.
I understand.
So we're gonna, obviously, it's gonna most likely gonna be continued, so I did
So,
see it
can I borrow
today.
your pointer? Oh, actually,
Oh, yeah,
no.
just,
There's a pen if you want.
So this is the entrance where they come in off of the roadway. He said 80 some odd feet. They come in,
Yep.
they go by. Here's the clamshell pile.
okay,
Here's the windrows you all saw. And then you've got the big green machine that's out there, about right here. Right?
no, I
all
thought
the
we
way
went
out
past the
there.
green machine,
This is a separate parcel. This
because
is,
we seen the bog.
yeah, no, there's another bog out here. There's another bog out here. And that's the problem. So my contention is, he is,
Mr. Chairman, we can't see it. Can you do it in some way?
In front of the applicant?
You wanna
but
show him
How
that?
do we do that? Can I show them that?
Yeah.
What he suggested?
I mean, I can like hold it up.
All right, so you can, yeah, just come over here, we can hold it up.
Well, you have the big map, right?
You see it right now?
It might be easier on the big map.
so, if I might point out.
Hold on, Mark, please.
So you have a big one. Is there a podium or something? Yeah, there's a bigger one so the room can see. Yeah. You can hold it up so.
To me, it looked like.
Yeah, you can.
The issue is, the issue is it's not marked. So if you look,
Mark, you gotta
this is the,
you gotta talk into the
they can't hear me?
not on the Zoom and the.
Mark my map.
I don't want to mark your map. Okay, so if you look at, this is the subject area for the permit, correct?
No. It's between the two bogs, or what used to be bogs. They're dry now.
This is not the subject area?
That's part of it.
That says 9 point, how many acres does that say?
Yeah, no, I think that's the area that we're saying.
That's the subject area
Okay.
that you're composting. If you look at this shaded blue area, okay, that also has windrows and stockpiles.
That is correct. That's what's permitted with the state.
So, which,
But because the building inspector, zoning officer, was saying that the shells, that's really not agriculture, so we included that to be part of the commercial property. But this, he's more accurate. This is accurate.
so the facility is actually twice the size of, yes, this is 9.9 acres, and if you look at
I'll say
the
no all
scale.
day long, and you can say yes all day long, but the shells isn't part of the compost facility.
Well, I'll get to the shells and the 61,
Yeah,
chapter
because-
61
look,
and 61A in a
You were
little
known
bit.
as the fish gurry king, right? AKA fish head.
And hang on there.
This, we want you, I mean, that's why you have so much knowledge on it.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You guys just, the acreage, right?
Yeah, which there's no dispute. His is actually what's given to the state, with the state permitted.
So if we were to scale that map and say, and you know, without an engineer, map from an engineer, civil engineer showing,
We
laying
did-
everything
I
out,
submitted an engineered plan.
showing that additional acreage is being used for composting?
Yes,
I did not see that in the submissions.
you probably weren't on the board.
It's, the board has to post them, don't they?
I've posted everything that was provided to us. And
Yeah, I'll have to review it. But it's, going back to the large pile of clamshells, the stockpiling of clamshells is not a farm activity, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That property is filed under 1A, recreation, I'm sorry, not recreational, but agricultural or farm tax exemption.
I guess you have to direct your questions to
I
them.
am directing it to them.
Go ahead, sir.
So where the clamshells are stockpiled, he's just publicly stated that that's a commercial activity that is taking place on a piece of property that is currently sitting in chapter, under chapter 61 or 61A.
Are you directing that to me?
I'm-
Are you asking me?
Oh, go,
direct the
go.
questions to the
That's
chair,
kinda-
and,
That is outside the scope of the board.
well, I think it goes to what an individual will do in the pursuit of monetary digits.
I'd like to address that then. I want to help it.
I will give you address, but we're here for the special, and my attorney is telling me that's outside my scope.
Even though it's on the physical property that he's applying for. This is why I'm confused.
I can address that.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So the assessors met with me and the assessor's office. So what we did to play it safe, because I admire his concern about the 10 acres. So I took 100 acres out of 61A. 100 acres.
So the property is no longer in 61?
No, the parcel's 260 acres. I took out 100 acres.
I'll have to confirm that with the assessment
Well,
board.
yeah, I appreciate your interest.
Okay, so, all right, we discussed that. All right, what do we have on that property for leachate control as far as retention ponds, filter ponds, and/or test wells to ensure that the surrounding waterways, because there are standing waterways and there are also moving waterways that run through that property. How is that being addressed, and what has been submitted to the board to ensure that the water is going to be protected, that the nitrates, the high nitrate levels aren't going to end up in there, in the water?
I appreciate the question. You guys aren't DEP or conservation, but I submitted a plan that was accepted by DEP for this, with swales at the back of the property. The two that, what were farmer bogs, the state would like me to just do some test holes. They're gonna eliminate, they're not bogs. I stopped picking them because they were too dry. We couldn't get any water there.
Margaret from the Concom is here. She can address.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if she wants to address that. Margaret from the
From Concom?
That's not really,
I mean, you're asking me?
I'm asking you.
Sure, so not every groundwater issue is a conservation issue, right?
Yeah.
And one of the standards in your zoning bylaw is that the proposal provides suitable methods of disposal for sewage, refuse, and, sure, I was just clarifying. Wait, sorry, I thought I turned it on, I turned it off. I apologize. So I was just clarifying that not every issue that relates to groundwater is necessarily a Conservation Commission issue, because they deal with wetlands and jurisdictional wetlands and such things. And that I do think under the standards in your bylaw, under 302.5, it would be appropriate to ask the applicant to provide information and not just say, well, I gave it to DEP. I think it is a fair
We'll certainly provide a copy of the
Question for the-
DEP plan.
Yep, so just so the board can see what the proposal, for example, in 302.5, there's references to suitable methods for disposal of sewage, refuse, and other waste, and on-site drainage systems that protects adjoining properties, wetlands, water courses, water bodies. Those are issues for zoning, even if separately they're DEP issues. So I think it's a fair question.
And you guys will submit that?
Yes,
Thank you.
we'll give you whatever we have for that we submitted to the DEP.
So
Go ahead,
he has presently, in the past month, 6 weeks, probably been taking material in, putting it up, not turning it. And those piles that are all there have gone anaerobic, basically without air. And when he goes to turn them, your personal phone's going to ring off the hook. I mean, you're going to have to shut the phones off because it's just going to be mind-boggling. When you turn those piles, I'd like to ask him, what ratio does he use when he's incorporating putresciables in with the carbon?
If you want to answer that, you.
I don't think I want to address anything with a guy that's been a competitor for so many years in the fish curry business. How many years were you in the fish curry?
I was in it for 19 years. I've been retired for 16. August
Yeah.
31st was 16 years that I
You've
retired.
turned me into the Registry of Motor Vehicles, the Board of Health, every department that you
Water.
can turn me into.
The
So-
ratio is 6 to 1. right?
So if you want to
The
get
ratio is 6 to 1.
Okay, thank you, sir.
that would be by volume, not by weight. And actually, the appropriate ratio would be 7 to 1, but I'm not going to argue one bucket.
Opinion.
No, that's from people who've been doing it for close to 50 years, who are the premier composters in the industry. So a couple of the gases that are released when you turn a compost pile are putrescine, which is a tri-bonded molecule, and proterazine. So some research should be done by the board on that, and that's what's wafting over people's properties. My last concern, because I don't want to beat it to death, because I'm sure other people want to speak, is that in the past, Mr. Mello was very polite, very cordial, and very promising of delivering results, and remedies. But he's demonstrated where he doesn't deliver. He doesn't deliver in a timely fashion. And, granting this permit would subject the townspeople to having to go to the regulating authorities, file a complaint, hope that somebody comes out and smells it, documents it, and then I'll ask the town attorney, what is the penalty for a violation?
I mean,
answer it,
you
you
want
can.
me to, through you, I mean, I just, you know.
Is it, so a penalty's limited statutorily?
But I'm happy to just through you, I don't normally just,
Yeah.
you know.
So just answer, ask the question again.
So what is the penalty for an odor, if the permit were granted, and the operator was found to be in violation of an odor release or, you know, a complaint, what are the penalties? I mean, I'm assuming there's a civil fine that's imparted by the town. And is that civil fine limited by statute, or can the licensing board develop a schedule of regulatory fines? In other words, so they, not if, but when there is an issue, and there will be, okay, that there are severe penalties and not just $100 a day. There's a lot of money involved in this. Tipping fees for clam bellies are $65 a ton. That's an hour and 20 minutes away from here, okay? The fact that it's closer probably means he might be getting more. He might be getting less. I don't know, but I know that's what the rate is in Charleston, Rhode Island. So the question is if it's $1,100 or $1,200 a load for a load of clam bellies, and you take 2 or 3 a day, and you get a $100 fine, who cares? You pay the fine. That's what business is about. So there has to be the town has to develop rigid standards that before they can even consider granting a permit that we don't have any regulatory authority over.
Cal, do you know if there is,
So we have two attorneys here, and I respectfully stay within my lane on this, but according to what we have, it's $50 fine the first time, $100 fine the second, $150 the third. I do have an option to go to the courts and do a TRO, temporary restraining order. We know how to do that in town. We will do that. That's also an option.
and what would be the punishment for violating a temporary restraining order?
I'd be up to the court.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
yeah, no, I
Do you
mean,
have anything to add on that? or-
no, I mean, generally zoning is focused more on enforcement and compliance than fines. There are, 21D fines available, and those are the amounts that Carl's talking about, but our focus is usually just, if we have to, on bringing compliance about, because that's the ultimate goal of zoning.
And I'm going to give you some records that I want, information I want you to put in the record that will demonstrate you'll have to read through it, it's minutes of meetings, that will demonstrate the less than cooperative nature of the applicant when it comes to resolving problems. And I won't state the nature of that here tonight, if that's okay.
Can we accept that?
I mean, you can take in anything that's given, it
Kind
becomes
of
a public.
object to, I have no
I was
idea, I
just-
mean, if it's some kind of character assassination that he's trying to do.
Absolutely not.
That's
These are minutes
unfair.
of
Seems
a
that it
meeting.
is, it is.
So, I mean, I don't think you can refuse to take
Did-
something in, but it does become a public record, and anybody can come and
Correct.
review it
This
and
is,
look at it.
this is someone that sits on another board that has sent out to all the boards, including yours, asking that no permits be given to me on a project on a water board that he's on. I
correct.
can't, this is, he's attacking. I'm sorry.
And the board will give the things the weight they
Yeah.
deserve, but they can't refuse to take material. It
So
becomes a public record.
what
you
this
can
will
go and
demonstrate,
address
is a request and a lack of response, another request, a lack of response, another request, a lack of response, a letter, a lack of
He's
response.
using the water board.
No, I'm not. I'm using minutes of the public record.
sorry.
These were downloaded from the town website. Anybody here can
I get
go
a
on the
chance
town
to talk,
website.
right?
And, no, sir, it's my time.
Okay, go ahead.
When he addresses you, you can't. Anybody here can go on to the town website, go to minutes and agenda, and you can pull up the meeting minutes from anything. It's all public record, anything that's said. And I was not the individual who made that motion. You will see in the minutes, in the second to last meeting. So I'm going to submit that and show, it's not, it's demonstrative.
His best friend was.
It's demonstrative of his response to authority.
Did I comply? I had to hire an engineer. As soon as the engineer, they wanted an as-built for the water line that was done 15 or 20 years ago. So I had to get an engineer that could go
Done
there
in
and lay down.
2013.
We did it.
was
So
done in
it was 10 years
2013.
old. As soon as we could do it, we got it done. And do you have it,
What's that?
the as-built?
We do have the as-built.
Thank you.
And we didn't get the as-built until a motion was made
I
and a
want to,
motion was carried to hold all
I
permits.
kind of want to call to order about
Yeah.
what we're actually doing here at 39.
This is
We can
ancillary.
submit it to
Okay,
to
this-
us, yeah.
Okay, that's,
Nancy
that's
keeps the
that's
file.
the meeting
Yeah.
minutes. Okay, here's my statement. Here's the contact
Okay.
for,
I just have to read minutes, okay.
I'll ask you when you're back up there.
Sea-Watch International's information, contact information. One Earth Organics, that's the broker that handles it. And I thought I had Mooney's Hot Buns in here. I might. But it was stated in the record, so you can find it. M&W Livestock, Tiverton, Rhode Island.
And what do you want me to get
They
their
are the,
contact?
they are the people who are hauling the shells in. Not that the shells are an issue, but the shells are,
Would you
again,
mind
an
just
issue.
emailing that to me so I can then,
I think I can find that for you.
okay, I'm gonna put that out for you to email it to me.
Thank you for your
If you want
patience.
us to,
Yeah, if
if
you
you
could
want her to
just-
take anything, you have to give
What's
it.
that? No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
she
Oh, I
you
got
have
it.
everything,
Okay.
I've submitted everything,
Okay.
Oh, you all set?
other than verbal.
For now?
Which one we go back? Thank you.
All right, I think we should take a bathroom break real quick. All right, before you start, I'm going to look for a motion to take a 5-minute recess so everyone can use the bathroom and do what they got to do. Yeah, I gotta go so bad.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Sorry. All right, 5 minutes, guys. We'll be back at,
8:40.
yeah, 8:45. All right, it is 8:52. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. I can hear myself echoing. While we're on break, I did receive 3 statements from residents, and they will be on file. Are we putting all this up? Just bring them up now if you want. Unless you, I mean, if you plan on reading them, do that, but... Okay.
I am gonna have to scan them and post
Yeah,
them.
because that way the board members can see everything that came in also.
Yeah, I'll send them to them.
Yeah, oh,
Yep,
perfect,
okay. So that they have them as soon as the meeting is over.
Battery backup?
Okay, well, okay.
Statements from several,
Okay. What, you got more for me in there? or-
No, this is other things.
All right. See that? I am not sure I can count this high, guys. They all witnessed
I
it,
think
right? So,
Nancy's gonna post them, so everyone can read them.
If you wanna let them know, I'll post them.
Yep.
If they don't see this, to please contact me and I will make sure it gets posted.
okay.
Just in case it got lost.
All right, order. If you guys, Nancy is going to post all of those statements everyone gave me. If you go to look for them and you do not see, you always make sure you contact us immediately so we can get it up on our website. Okay, we want everyone's statement to be up there. And we have resumed the meeting, so go ahead, ma'am.
All right. Margaret French, Board of Health Chair. I just want to kind of wrap up what everybody said and what's been going through the Board of Health. Mr. Mello has allowed me and my health agent to come on the property a couple of times, just kind of look around. I know the shells are a thing that's not going to be around anymore. The smell was bad. And I know a couple of people have said that they've talked to the health agent. He's like, 100 feet away, I don't smell anything. The poor man's had COVID twice, and his sense of smell is pretty well shot. So I keep telling him, bring me, because my sense of smell is super sharp. The shells were bad.
You're talking about the clams.
Yes.
Right? The clams,
That
not the
huge
shells.
pile of shells, that was bad. But then we went to the back, we drove back to the windrows, and that smell was also very offensive. But it was a different smell than the shells. So to say that they only came from the clams or it only came from the shells, that is not true. It was coming from back there. At the time, they were not turning the windrows, so it wasn't, I don't know what exactly was causing that smell. Mr. Mello, I know you did state that the organic wastes, the food, fruits, vegetables, if it wasn't good enough to give to the cows, you would add it into that compost. So maybe that is what's adding to the smell. What's interesting is everybody around town that smells it is giving it the same explanation, the same description. A dead animal mixed with low tide, with that kind of a thing. We are getting reports from not only Riley Circle, Nick Way, or Parker, but we're also getting it from Proprietors Acres. So there's a circle. There's a circle around 89 that's getting this smell, and all of these people are giving the same description. So I just want to share that. As far as the trucks coming in, there was one of the days my agent and I were there, we were standing at the end of the driveway at Chase Road, and within maybe 45 minutes to an hour, 5 big trucks came through. Every single one of them had a very offensive smell. So I can't believe it was all grass and clippings, but we did see that. Seagulls, I personally have not seen the seagulls. I've seen the videos. I've seen lots of videos of seagulls, but I truly believe the seagulls were because of the shells and the clams. If that is no longer an issue, the seagulls should not be coming back. A question, Mr. Mello, is there, when we went back with the DEP to those windrows, is there another section of windrows behind that there's just that one section?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we, as a Board of Health, we've gotten so many complaints, emailed, phone called in, that we've actually developed a complaint form and a response form. And we're keeping them in the file. Where is it? What is it? Who's going out to investigate it, and what we see. I personally have been out to Riley Circle a few times, Ethan Circle a few times.
How long ago?
A couple of weeks ago.
Because we've changed our process. Thanks for the question.
Hold on, guys, let the Board of Health speak.
So that's just our report. What, as a board, we would like to request that we be involved or included in your deliberations. I caution you about making a vote tonight. I don't think there's enough deliberation to make a vote one way or the other. The Board of Health would like to be part of any discussions, any input we can give or we can share. And if it ends up looking at that special permit with restrictions, we would like to be part of developing those restrictions. Okay? Thank you.
Sure. Any deliberation we do will be in front of everybody. Yep. So you're more than welcome to join us and have any suggestions in any which way the board chooses
Okay.
to go.
Yeah,
on that,
okay,
of course.
so we might actually post a meeting when you have your meeting, so we
Are
can.
we still having, Zoom's good now, right? We're sure?
Zoom is good now, I'm
All
sure.
right. Why we took more than 5 minutes, we had a little issue with Zoom. We're actually going to run out of time, but we were able to add more time to Zoom to keep it going. Because if we ran out of time, we would have to adjourn the meeting because it's been posted that we're on Zoom as well.
All right.
All right, thank you. Did you want to submit anything, like the complaints? Or
If you
is
would
that
like
something that
copies
we
of
can review?
our complaint forms, we can send them.
All right, and what do you think, you said, is that the Board of Health's opinion that if the clam shells were removed, it would at least remove the seagulls?
That's my personal opinion.
A personal opinion,
My
okay.
personal opinion. I did not realize that it was
hasn't
going to be
been-
removed. Huh.
But there hasn't, no, it's not going to be removed. It's been, we haven't had a seagull situation in maybe 8 months, less than a year. And, well, we did find them. I called Kevin Dismaris because I didn't know they were all over the bank. One day, we've had trouble on Beach Bluff Road, but if there's a storm at sea, they come inland and then they go back out. But as far as the shells, every time you've come in, there's nothing on the shells. They don't go there. It was the clam product that was attracting them, if anything. But then again, what was attracting them at the bank? What was attracting them on Long Pond?
The fish. So you're going to continue with the pile of clamshells?
Yes.
That's what had the offensive smell.
We'd have to go smell it again, I think.
Okay.
DEP came down, inspected it because of a complaint. And look, they've ruled it's not that.
Okay. All right, I will have Kevin get in touch with you, and maybe he and I can come back down again.
Sure.
I would appreciate that, thank you.
Before you go, Margaret, has there any
Oh,
minutes on this issue on the Board of Health?
We just talked real quick about that we had these complaints. So when a complaint comes into the office, it gets forwarded out to the board.
But you guys haven't discussed it in a public meeting?
We did talk last meeting about the reports. It just kind of came to a head lately, and I think because of the special permit, it really came to a head. So we had, we were just sending Kevin out, and now we're all kind of going out to look so that there's different eyes.
All right, thanks, Sid. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone else?
My name's Ed Selesky. I live on Marks Lane. I'm probably, sounds like if the property in question here is a mile back, then I'm about a mile and 3/4 from where this is all going on. So I'll probably be like 60 seconds. I just wanted to give my personal experiences. I've lived in Freetown for 25 years, spent the first half of my life living in Boston, and I came to live out here for all the reasons that everyone does. My yard is kind of like right near the DeMoranvilles. I love seeing the cows driving in and out every day. That's why I'm here. Farm smell, but that's fine. This is not that. It's something completely different. And awful. I had an experience over the summer where we had friends, I in the last couple of years, did some work and created a fire pit in the backyard and everything with hopes of having people come over. Invited some friends out of town to come for dinner over the summer, and then when we got outside, it was just kind of like, let's go to a restaurant. The smell was so bad, they actually brought it up, and then we started talking about it, how it's been going on and everything. So not a good feeling, a little embarrassing. My son graduated from high school this year, so my wife and I had a real hard time going back and forth, because we had for years talked about having a huge party in the yard, maybe hiring a band and the whole thing. And then we got to the point where we were just sort of like, maybe we should get a hall. It's completely unpredictable. Can be terrible 3 days in a row, and then go a week and you don't smell it as bad. We did end up having the party, and luckily the wind was blowing the right way on that day, or there was not wind. I will say I do think the smell has gotten better after the last meeting, and people were going on and on about it on Facebook. I don't know if there's a connection there. But it has gotten somewhat better. It's not gone. I drive my daughter to school every morning. I see the trucks in front of me coming in, and it's usually like a day or two after the trucks drop their stuff off that it smells really bad. And it's still there. It's not gone. I worry about things in the future, like I don't know if, it could be completely off the table, but is there a casino coming to Taunton? Are we going to be getting all the food scraps from all the restaurants there? And do you sort through that to pick out the shells of the shrimp and the whatever, or are you going to get some seafood in there too? So I just want to ask the board to reject the proposal. And Mr. Mello, when I go to bed at night, I do a lot of thinking, and I would just ask you tonight, when you lay your head down to sleep, to consider withdrawing your submittal.
Samantha Downs, Nick Drive again. I would just ask you guys to at least take some time, don't vote on this tonight, review all of the information in the files that you've all been handed, read all of the impact statements that you've received, and come visit us someday and see what it's like. Thanks.
Hi, Wendy Morrill again, just real quick. I'm assuming right now that the operations at the facility are outside, since everybody's complaining so much about odor. So I'm just giving kind of like a warning. They could potentially, as a mitigation to that, be proposed to be moved indoors. But then everybody should be aware of what happens when a facility like that is operating indoors, which is what we were dealing with the trash transfer station, and that is they would then introduce odor scrubbers, which would be inside, and then there would be exhaust fans in the ceiling to take the chemicals out, because workers can't work inside with all of that inside. And then that would then be dispersed into the community. So when you're smelling citrus odor scrubbers, you're actually breathing chemicals. So anytime you go somewhere where something is being masked by something fruity or citrusy, you're breathing chemicals, in addition to what it's trying to mask. So if anybody's ever sprayed an air freshener in the bathroom, you know what I'm talking about. And then also, just back to the Mass DEP, when you're trying to, you keep referring to them as, like, they're the ones that made this decision, so it should be good. I submitted an environmental violations complaint to the Mass DEP December of last year regarding the existing conditions at the site where they were proposing the trash transfer station. And it was unacceptable. Rubber tires, PVC piping, AstroTurf, a camper, a dumpster, a mattress that was not covered, which then exposed the elements within feet of a stream, a water source that with no silt fence, no retaining fence, nothing like that, no erosion controls whatsoever. So with the mattress not covered, it became hazardous waste, and it's within feet of a water source. Abutting the Acushnet cedar swamp, where endangered species are and everything else. That still hasn't been cleaned up. That was December of last year. Just saying. So you can count on Mass DEP. I've renamed them the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Pollution, just so you know. Thanks.
So just one more thing that I had thought about. hearing everybody talk. When you say that the clamshells have been gone for a period of time, 8 months or whatever, did Kevin, the health inspector, call you over the summer and remind you that you had your air blast on all night?
Had what?
Your air blast, you know, the shotgun?
We did get a call that
So
one night
what was the air blast for? Was that to mitigate the birds?
if there was any back
Okay,
when.
and that was over the summer?
We haven't used it all summer.
But you left it on one night, correct? All night?
That is true.
Hey, do you know what a 12 gauge sounds like? Would you compare the air blast to a 12 gauge? How would you like a 12 gauge going off every 30 seconds to a minute all night, maybe 300 feet from your bedroom door? Sound
So
pleasant
you're
as a
within
neighbor?
300 feet?
The air blast, I could hear the air blast like it was 200 feet, 100 feet. It's a shotgun. All night, every minute. Right? Would you have it set to? It's yours. Was it about every minute?
I don't know.
You don't know, but would you like to describe to the board what an air blast is and what the purpose is and how loud it is?
I think you've done quite well.
Okay. Right, but when you say that you mitigated it a while ago, why were you using an air blast just 4 months ago?
Because the Board of Health asked me to.
Okay, so you just had it going for the hell of it when there was no birds?
I made that suggestion, actually.
Okay. All right, so I just want to throw it out there,
That
to
was
what
over a year
degree
ago.
we will go to mitigate a problem.
Over a year ago.
I'd like to have Kevin at the next meeting, because I have phone records and text messages to prove that this happened 4 months ago. 4 months ago. That was when the air blast was, that was when the complaint was sent in text
Maybe
and
it was
voicemail.
mine. I don't know.
I'm sure it slipped your mind. It's convenient.
I don't know if you want to ask anyone on Zoom.
Oh, yes. Do we have, is anyone on Zoom want to speak? Because they could just unmute themselves? Can they unmute themselves?
They could if they want, but.
Raise your hand, too, if you want.
I don't see a raised hand or.
No raised hands? Put the raised hand thing.
Nope, nothing. Okay.
All right, anyone else here? There is stuff?
There have been messages in the chat, but they're mostly comments about things that, no real testimony, I would say, but I'm certainly, they told me about the Zoom will continue, it won't end. I do it all the time. There was a comment that was made during the meeting I want to see. I'm not exactly sure what comment that might have been. There was a yes. Again, to what, I'm not certain, because I can't watch the chat while I'm paying attention to what's happening in the room. Well said, yes, no rubber stamping. The story is so familiar. I'm in the north end of New Bedford. Mass DEP messes with us too. The butters feel the consequences first, but effects impact all. That's it.
Okay. Is anyone else wanting to go up there? All right, Mr. Mello, do you get?
Chairman, I do have one item. We're going to need a continued extension agreement, a formal one, in order to continue the hearing, because we have an extension to today, but I'd like to consider extending it to December 16th, and that would mean the applicant would need to sign, and the chairman would need to sign. I
Okay.
have them for both.
Before we do that, do you guys want to comment on anything
I'm sorry.
before we?
Need those for special permit.
Let me ask for a continuance.
I don't think so, unless you want to.
I mean, we believe that the odor problem, obviously, people have, had complaints, and, I'm sure the board has heard the complaints, but we believe that that has been addressed by stopping the Sea-Watch product. The seagulls, I know that's come up, but apparently, John is saying that they haven't been seen around our property in quite some time. So I don't really know what the connection is to that at all. But the smell problem, the odor problem that people have spoken about, we believe that's been addressed. And maybe because it's been not quite a month since that has stopped, but we think it's made a significant difference.
Also, so I'm assuming that there's still product there that has the shells incorporated currently?
Well, but we've been hauling it out.
Okay.
We've been hauling it, putting it on the field. Not off the property, but on the field.
Okay. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, Rebecca Pacheco, 53 Chase Road. I have concerns regarding the statement about the odor being addressed. I left my home this afternoon to come here, and there was an odor coming from that area, and I am right on the other side of the railroad tracks, coming from that westerly wind. So I very concerned about the statement saying that the odor is being addressed.
Well, I think...
It could be cattle.
I mean, the cattle
I know what
create
the
an odor.
difference between the cows smell like. I've been a resident of Freetown for 20 years. I've lived at 53 Chase Road since January of 2016. I frequent Chase Farm Estates often. I have many friends that live in that neighborhood. My residence abuts and is the corner of Chase and Cody. So I am very familiar with that area and with that neighborhood. And just today, on my way here, exited my home to that smell.
I wouldn't know.
You guys have any more questions for them right now, or?
No, not on this topic.
No, that's fine, okay. All right, so what we're gonna do, we received a lot of information, a lot of statements from everybody. Obviously, we cannot read them right now. I am going to request that we continue this hearing and that we approve an extension to December 16th, which will give us a couple meetings to get it done if we need to, which would, if Mr. Mello signs that, obviously we wouldn't have to worry about the 65-day timeframe we have to either approve or deny a special permit.
Just to clarify, the 65 days is to open the public hearing.
Open it.
Yeah, so
So
that
once
was what
it's
the...
open,
Once it's open for a special permit, you have 90 days from the close of the public hearing to make and file your decision.
okay.
So I think the concern originally was it might not get opened in the 65 days.
Okay, well, I guess maybe I misunderstood your.
Okay.
but
So I mean,
take
it certainly
your
isn't going to hurt to sign
guided
another.
me to
It certainly won't
file.
hurt to
Right.
do an extension request, but that's the difference. It's 65 days to open the public hearing,
understand
and then for special permits, which are different than variances and appeals,
Yep.
it's 90 days from the close of the public hearing that you have to file the decision, yes,
Okay.
with the board. So-
We will sign any
Yeah, and
extension that you
it
want.
certainly won't hurt to do it, but I think that issue originally was the 65.
So pretty much, we can do that, and then I'll just make a motion to continue it to the next meeting.
Okay, and it's both the recycling and the composting for the extension. So
Yeah.
we just.
I'm sure you guys don't
take a
want to
vote.
open up the second one today, do you? Start going through that? It's not-
Don't you have to?
Well, we're going to open it to continue it, I'm just saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
To have to think about it.
So what do you want? For motion to have an extension until December 16th, 2025?
Yeah, but we don't need that though, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, but if that's been your practice.
Yeah, that's been our practice. So I'm looking for a motion to have an extension to December 16th, 2025.
Sure, I'll make that motion.
And that's to just get your decision in and filed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the extension is for.
All right, let's do a roll call, right? So we'll do Gary. Steve.
Aye.
James.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so let's, before I make the motion to continue it, we'll sign this now.
And that's just for the composting one.
That's just for the composting one, yep. Yeah. Let me just make sure I'm doing the right one, I can't. Commercial recycling.
That one says commercial recycling.
Oh, you know what, it's 2 copies, isn't it? All right, no, that's what I'll do.
One is for them?
There you go.
One is for the.
That's composting.
Okay. Perfect. I'll bring it over to him.
To be clear, the continuation's for 6 PM on the 16th?
Hold on, this is just an extension to make a decision. I'm going to do the continue of the hearing in 1 minute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd have to say,
Sign it, sir.
Just tell me where to sign.
Applicant signature.
Yeah.
And one is your copy. I'll take this one. Well, it doesn't matter. One's your copy.
I'm sorry? I see them, they come through our yard and eat every day.
All right.
One got killed on North Main a couple weeks ago, so.
Yeah. Now, again, as far as the commercial composting, we did receive a lot of information today, earlier today, and as far as all those statements you guys gave us today. So I will entertain a motion to continue the public hearing to November 4th at 6 PM here at the police station.
Yeah, I'll make that motion, it's a good idea.
All right, all in favor? Gary? Aye. Steve? Aye. Dave?
Aye.
James?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so...
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to mention that, no, we did clarify with the town clerk, there is no local election, so there will not be an issue with us hosting the meeting on that night. We also are seeking the elementary school, so we will post that when the agenda is posted as to where the actual location is, because we want to make sure we're accommodating all of you in a larger space. But we don't know that we actually have that facility yet.
So I do recommend that you set a specific location. So if the plan is.
I have no idea, I'd have to be here then.
I think we're good here.
We're good here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay, then that would be here, because I can't guarantee that we have the
Yeah.
school.
yeah.
Let's just make it here. And make it easy.
Make that clear.
All right, so to avoid confusion, we're just doing it here. We're not going to even look for the school. So November 4th, 6 PM here will be the continued meeting on the commercial
We'll
composting.
have a Zoom option as well.
There also will be the Zoom option, like we had today. We already voted on that. All right.
Did you vote it?
We did vote that, right?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so item 3 on the agenda. Item 3 on the agenda is continued from 10/7/2025, special permit commercial recycling, 89 Chase Road. Special permit applicant John Mello, owner John Mello, representative attorney Richard Burke Jr. Scope of the work, the applicant requests a special permit for commercial recycling on a 2.34 acre parcel identified as parcel C on Assessors Map 241, Lot 39. The applicant intends to operate a depackaging recycling facility. You guys want to continue this, or you want them to open?
We have to open the meeting anyway, right?
We're opening it, so.
You may want to, if it's helpful, it's up to you guys, but you may want to at least get the applicant's presentation, and that way if the board members
You know, I
have
was thinking
questions.
that as well.
Because even if it's going to continue that way, if the board members have questions, the applicant can get that material in the meantime.
Perfect. All right, so I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
All right, we're gonna do a roll call vote, so we'll go with Gary?
Aye.
Steve? Dave?
Aye.
James?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that public hearing on the special permit commercial recycling is now open. We'll start off with the applicant, if you want to. The floor is yours, sir.
Sure, thank you. As I mentioned before, John Mello operates a cattle farm on Assessor's Map 241, lots 39 and 41. Together, the two lots comprise over 132 acres. We're asking for a special permit under the zoning bylaw, Section 300-5.1, which authorizes commercial recycling in a general use district. We feel that it's more aptly described as upcycling than recycling because we've heard comments about the other metal recycling plant. This is nothing like that. As the building inspector indicated, there's a 5,000 square foot Quonset-type building. It's located at the rear of Lot 39. Again, it's approximately a quarter mile from, we believe, the nearest Chase Road abutter. In that building, we propose there is currently a food depacking machine which takes recently expired packaged food, such as from grocery stores, and the purpose is to take that and make feed material for Mr. Mello's cattle at the farm. Food is currently, of course, being brought into the site right now to feed the cattle. Right now, the workers get that food. Similarly, they depackage it, fruits and vegetables, bread, that type of material is what we're talking about. They do it out in the open. They take the packaging off. They take the food material, they mix it in order to create a feed material for the cattle. The purpose of getting the machinery and putting it in a building with a roof overhead was Mr. Mello wanted to get his workers out from the elements. It also kind of modernizes, this basic practice of doing it by hand out in the open, which we don't think is ideal. We again argue with the building inspector that we think this is an agricultural use because its purpose is to make feed for the animals, which is clearly itself an agricultural use. No one questions that. But we did agree that we would come here and apply for a special permit to resolve any issues with regard to that. What the depacking machine does is it separates the packaging from recently expired food that's just beyond the expiration date for us humans to eat it, but it can still be eaten by the animals. So we're talking again about vegetables, fruit, bread. If there's excess product is used as a nutrient in the composting, such as the food and vegetable. And you can mix whatever, your purpose is in the machine. You can put different inputs in and
Proteins and stuff.
get a different product. So what may be put in for the composting is not exactly the same as what would be put in for the animals. And again, it keeps food waste out of landfills. And I read an article this morning that the Mass DEP is saying that the number one material that goes into our state's landfills is food. So we're asking for a special permit to allow the continued use for this purpose, which will facilitate and allow the land to continue to be used for agriculture, which again, we think is beneficial for the town. It creates open space, and I think some, people support agriculture. With regard to traffic issues, again, I mentioned before, the Chase Road traffic study by Mass Highway in 2023 is showing 3,790 vehicles per day. We think there's a safe entrance exit, 89 feet wide. As you can see the pavement as you go in, how wide it is. It forks out. So it provides a sufficient turning radius for vehicles, including trucks, both to go left or right. And there's, as I mentioned before, an adequate sight line. With regard to the trucks that are going to bring food to the depacking facility, again, we estimate that that's at maximum about 40 daily visits per day when that's in operation. But again, we're still getting food in for the animals now. 40 truck visits a day based on the Mass Highway calculations is less than 1% of the daily average road traffic on Chase Road. There are no deliveries on Chase Road. No trucks are parking there or stopping there to make deliveries. It's all internal to the site. As I mentioned, the building is about a quarter of a mile into the site at 89 Chase Road. The facility is not open to the general public. With regard to noise being a problem, the equipment, this depacking machine is powered by electricity. It operates at 68 decibels. A vacuum cleaner operates at 70 decibels for comparison purposes. The machine is located in a building that's fully insulated with 4 inches of insulation. There are overhead doors that close, and given where it's located, approximately a quarter mile from the nearest neighbors, we don't believe there is any noise problem. With regard to odors, again, this is in the middle of not only Mr. Mello's, but other adjacent cattle farms. There is going to be odor from the cattle farms. But the delivered food product, although it may have passed, it's past the expiration date where you or I could buy it at a store, it is not spoiled. It doesn't smell. There's a first in, first out inventory management system. The product is processed quickly. At the end of the day, the plan would be to wash down everything with appropriate cleaning products. So we don't believe that there would be any odor problem from the depacking machinery operation. As I mentioned before, the Sea-Watch clam products, Mr. Mello stopped that as of September 22. And so that doesn't have anything to do with the food depacking operation, but odors that, people are complaining about from the clam products. We have tried to address that by stopping that material, but the depacking facility does not use any clam products or anything like that, so that's completely separate, and it's on a separate area of the property, as you can see from the application. There was some mention about pest issues. Again, the food for the cattle is still being brought in. It's being unwrapped and mixed and dealt with out in the open. We think it's much preferable to do it in an enclosed building. Obviously, Mr. Mello doesn't want any pest problems with regard to his cattle. It's not good for his cattle. But there would be, a pest control plan. There are employees, approximately 4 to 6 employees between both the depacking operation and the composting that are on site to manage that.
Mechanical, everything.
It's all mechanical. They do have a contract with Clancy Brothers Pest Control. It's a long-established pest control company to do regular monitoring, although we haven't had any problems. And, dumpsters are removed on a regular basis as well. So, the odor complaints that you're hearing from people tonight about the clams. That really has nothing to do with the depacking operation. And we don't believe there are any problem odors from the fruits and the vegetables that are going to go through the machinery, and whether that's used as feed product for the animals or whether that end product is mixed in with the soil to make compost. We'd be happy to, take any questions that the board may have.
So currently, and we were there, we seen the machine. So currently, we kind of got a little explanation of how it works from John and from a worker that was there. Currently now, feeding, how are they doing everything by hand?
Everything by hand, everything gets left outside.
It's the same
So
foods.
tomorrow with the rain, everything is on the ground outside. We're trying to bring everything inside.
Is the same, so the same foods that are coming in is the same thing that you
That's
would
part of
use
it, yes.
in this machine?
Yeah.
And, yes, sir, go ahead, yeah. I was going to you anyways next.
So listen carefully to what Attorney Burke said. The introduction of automation, that means more product being able to be done in larger quantities. Going from hand sorting is one thing. When you go automation and conveyor belts, you're allowed to bring a lot more product in, produce a lot more product. So there's a reason why we're gone to automation. He says to bring it in, okay, but there's still going to be a lot more product. You can produce a lot more with automation. So there'll be an increase in production. He also mentioned 40 trips. That's 80. That's 40 going in and 40 coming out. That's 80 trips on the road. And these are trucks, garbage trucks. They're big vehicles. We have school children in the morning, right? We get behind school buses. So my point is that not only are we looking at what's going to happen today, what's proposed today, what's it going to look like in 5 and 10 years from now when that production is ramped up and our trucks are. So now we have a big decision to make as a town and as a community, as a board. Make sure we get it right. Thank you.
I appreciate all the enthusiasm on growing, but we really don't plan on making this some big facility.
So would you be amicable to the fact that the board puts production limits?
So I own the next parcel where JM is now. We have
Mr.
about,
Chairman, I was speaking, I asked a direct question through you to Mr. Mello. Is he comfortable in putting production limits on his special permit?
I don't think there's anything that we can't work out. But right now, next door, 1,000 feet over, we get up to 200 trucks a day coming in and out there. And there's never an incident, never a problem.
But this adds to that amount, that's my point.
Down the road.
We are coming down the road. It
Yeah.
will be. So another question, so if I may, to you, so we see large amounts of pallets, wooden pallets stacked up on your farm. Tell us what the use of those pallets are.
There's
Before you do that, you educated me a little bit on this.
Yeah, we were selling them. The market with the tariffs and everything changed. There's no market for pallets, so honestly, they're about gone.
So it's
I've been
dumped,
giving
so
them
it's
away.
dumped in
There's not-
Freetown because there's no market, and that's my point. Freetown.
that's not true.
I'm here to protect Freetown from this kind of, so we're not going to be the dumping ground for southeastern Massachusetts.
Have you been
I
by-
asked you about the pallets, right?
Yeah.
Structurally, it's a concern to me. It's a high structure that could topple over. You say, oh, no, that's not doing anything. But that is a component for your compost.
No.
No.
Okay,
No.
so you plan on getting rid of the pallets at some
I've been
point?
giving them away. There's none there. There's only a few there. When's the last time you were
When you
there?
come to the board, I stay off your property since we did this, with all due respect. So.
Well, someone was there today with a white car, but it must have been Kevin or somebody else. They went through today.
That was not me.
So anyway, you're welcome. I've invited you anytime.
Sure.
There's almost no pallet, so we're discussing something that's not there.
There was a problem and a delay with the tariffs.
There was a delay in getting rid of
He
them.
couldn't sell them for a while, and then to get rid of them, he gave them
Correct.
away. So it took a little
But the
while.
option is not to dump them in Freetown, that's my point. Do not
No,
bring them in if
there's a
there's no
use
market
farm.
for it, right?
There's a use farm. I need the food that comes in to feed the cattle.
The food-
I'm entitled to have some pallets.
Food comes on pallets,
Yes,
and you collect the...
yes,
you end up
and
with
then they
pallets.
go out.
Okay.
That's all, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There's almost no pallets there now.
So, you guys have any questions on this right now?
I thought you were,
Do you want to continue, or you
I
just want to
thought that's what you were going to do.
All right.
I don't care.
I just if they need to bring more information, if you guys had questions now, it would be good to try to get them out so we can, if we needed more information from them to make a decision. I remember we did the site plan review, and I remember you did say you had questions at the time, but obviously we couldn't answer them during that meeting. We couldn't ask them during that meeting. Again, I know I just asked it, but and the building inspector, but are you, if 40 trucks were to come in with food, and you said that's, go ahead, sir.
But that, as Mr. Burke said, that's at a peak. I mean, there's some days that none comes in. We do sometimes, I think Stop and Shop is Tuesday, most of the time Tuesdays, Thursdays, and 2 on Saturday for the feed. We need
You did.
fresh feed.
So the feed you're using to feed your cows on the farm and
Yeah, that's
adjacent
part of that
farms?
count.
Okay, so I know he said 40 trucks. I was just trying to, he said 40 trucks were coming in, but 40 trucks are not going out. Or they're going out, they're leaving when they're unloaded. Okay. All right, I was thinking he was bringing 40 trucks of material out. Yep, I get it. Now, and as I said, asked the question, I answered my own question in my head. All right, so currently, right now, it's the same food. Is it going to be about the same amount of food, or?
With the traffic that you see now, I don't expect it to change.
You explained to us that you mix different
proteins.
Yeah. So what happens if you get a load of this and this doesn't come in for 2 weeks?
Well,
Where
it's
does
on
this
your
stay?
schedule, and, well, then the cows eat a little more fruit than the high
Stored-
protein.
Is it stored inside?
No,
or It's
no.
outside? But on
There's almost
pallets?
nothing stored inside.
Okay.
It's just processed inside and goes right back out.
You meant, just keep going. What other suppliers do you have besides Stop and Shop? Off the top of your head.
Some different food operations. We'll get a call. It could be a trucker from Stop and Shop. They rejected a load of cantaloupe or something. It didn't arrive on time, so they didn't make the sale. We'll get a call, things like that.
Okay. Lights at the depackager, is there any kind of?
Yeah, just like as you saw, the lights that were there.
What about at night?
Same lights as during the day or at night, yes.
That's it for right now that I have.
So everything that gets processed goes right to the cows?
Mainly, yes, in the hoppers for the feed for the cows.
Well, nothing gets stored up? Nothing gets stored for like a day or two?
Not there, no. No.
So I'm just trying to, again, I'm going to probably ask the same question just a different way. Without using the machine, you're producing less because you have to do it by hand. But you're doing it right now by hand.
My
because you can't
guy
use the machine.
is very much overstressed doing it. We've been trying to buy time till we go through this hearing. But I mean, that poor guy and his brother, they're working like dogs trying to open up everything.
And then your machine, so you guys were explaining it to us when we were there. The food goes in one thing, you mix some other stuff up here, but then the package and the trash goes through a chute,
Yeah.
and it goes right into a dumpster
Yes,
right
and
outside.
it gets hauled out, correct.
So when they're doing it now by hand in the yard, they have to pick up every piece, right? And
And some gets left on the ground. We try not to. Frank Bergeron has asked me, and we've tried to absolutely pay attention and limit whatever's there.
So is it more, would the trash be more contained by using the machine?
Oh, 100%. But so would the food. Now, at least you're all processing it inside. The chances of something being on the ground, you're eliminating it.
Someone mentioned that there was, I think someone mentioned, I don't remember who it was, but mentioned that there was maybe, someone mentioned that there was pallets of food at the other Quonset hut. Would that be more put down?
You mean the one out front?
I think so. I think that's what they said.
Yeah, that's where we feed the cows. Not at that Quonset, but at that barn.
So it'd go from there up there?
We're hoping to move as much as we can to the back.
Okay.
And process it more humane, to be honest with you.
Okay. And so just for clarification, he needs a special permit to use the machine, but not to do it by hand?
Yeah.
So initially, it came to as the agricultural use exemption. That allows you to have all kind of things that, because you have agricultural use. My determination, based on my investigation and walkthrough, is that this is not an agricultural use. This is a manufacturing use. It's a recycling or composting manufacturing use. That needs a special permit. So he didn't, and to his credit, he didn't push back on the fact that he doesn't have the agricultural exemption, which means to the town we get paid more money because now it's manufacturing. He said, I'll do the right thing. I'll address my neighbors, I'll get the special permit, and I'll try to do what I can for the town through that process. Now, the question is, how much you bringing in, how much of that is being fed to the cows, and what's left for production and for retail? That's the numbers we don't have, and that's crucial.
The state says, as far as they're
Mr. Chairman, with all due
concerned,
respect, so the DEP will give you whatever you want. So I
not
was
true.
involved in Somerset, New Bedford, junk tires. State will give you permits for junk tires all day long. You know why? Because nobody else wants them. If Freetown wants junk tires, they'll give you a permit. Here you go. This is not the discussion we're having here today.
I disagree with that. It's actually very difficult to get a permit. I've tried to prove that we are doing the right thing. We're improving life all the way around.
So I'm just still trying to clarify that point. So you're saying that the excess product that he's making, he needs to, I know what you're saying on the agriculture, but he uses that product in the composting, which would make it
Ostensibly, we're
commercial?
taking in product to feed the cows. That's the agricultural use. Some saying, well, you're not taking a lot more product, you need to feed how many cows you have. So it's not an agricultural use. It's a manufacturing use. So that's where we are now. But the question is, how much of that is going to be used to feed the cows or whatever, and how much is going to be left to manufacture a product that's going to be resold in retail stores? And if that's good with everybody, I'm good with it. I'm just here to say this is the process.
Right. Now,
trying to get your
as far as agriculture cows, so that you can educate me, it takes about 50 pounds of fruit or vegetables for each cow per day. So I have 100 and something. Dennis has, I don't know how many. And for the last several years, I've tried, Lincoln hasn't been taking it now, but he has in the past. We're feeding hundreds of cows.
That's not the question. The question, how much are you taking in to feed 100 cows? That's the point. And what's left after you feed 100 cows, and what's that use going to be? What's the result of that?
It's obviously a value. If it's good, it's a value to feed other farms. Farms, agriculture.
Are you going to be selling to other farms other than what's right around you?
No, I give
Okay.
it to them.
Thank you.
I've never charged.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, you guys think we need, like, him to profile? Oh, should I let some of the public speak?
Yeah, I have no other questions, but.
Yeah, you ready to go?
No, if there are folks that
All
like
right,
really want, it's up to you.
Who want, this is gonna be about the depackaging, the commercial recycling permit, if anyone wants to step up. Oh, he's leaving.
Somewhere else.
I got one question on that. Now, if he's pulling a permit on that and getting that permit, is that transferable to somebody else? Or is that gonna be to him only, and that's only him?
So again,
You know what I mean?
we could, if the board leans that way for the depackaging, recycling, commercial
Because
recycling.
What I understand is he solely don't have money into that, somebody else does. So there's gonna be money made. That's what I'm saying. There's more trucks gonna come in. You might see 40 trucks coming
I
and going,
appreciate
but
you-
over time, it's gonna get more and more.
I appreciate you checking on my finances, but
John, I live
it's,
right next
if I want to leave this to my son, I certainly intend to, if he wants to continue with the farm and things like that.
I live right next door, so I can see the building, I can hear noises over there, you know what I mean? It's just, it's an, you know,
You
concern.
hear noises?
I do hear noises.
Jesus.
Not when the building's
Now
running,
I'm
'cause it's
worried
not running
because
yet, you know what I
nobody's
mean?
supposed
But
to
it's
be
gonna
there.
be running.
We haven't occupied it in 6 months.
What I'm saying is, when it's gonna be running, I'm right there. I'm gonna be able to hear.
No noise, unless you can hear a vacuum in the other side of the police station. No noise.
So what we could do, just like I mentioned on the special permit we just continued to next meeting, the board could pretty much do a few things. We can deny it, we can approve it, we could approve it with conditions. And we're here to kind of figure out what the...
Yeah. Well, my concern is, you know what I mean, when it's up and running, and you're seeing more traffic coming in and out of there, and then more stuff, because you're gonna be making more than what the cow's gonna be eating, you know what I mean? So, the traffic, you know what I mean? The noise. So,
As far as
that's a
that goes,
concern.
to answer your question, we can put limits on how many trucks can go in. Hours of operation, stuff like that. Or again, we can, it could be denied, it could be, you know.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Mark Krasovsky, Chase Road. My only concern with the process is that, I mean, it's great, it's easier than people handpicking, is that it's, you know, the proteins, when you compost them, that's putresciable material. And when it's going to make the composting operation, it's going to feed the composting operation. So it's just a question of, granted, we're not talking about the composting operation, but this is a feed source for the cows, but the overage is a feed source for the composting, which is going to compound the composting issue, potentially, by having that higher volume potential. That would be my big concern.
Thank you.
Noah Roseman, Nick Drive. As I sit here and listen to the two requests for a special permit, it's clear to me that it's one request in total. The second permit will fuel the first. The recycling will have extra food that's expired. Not all of it will go to the cows. The rest will end up in the compost, which will then fuel the odor. What I ask the planning board to see is that this request is the same as going to the casino and putting a bet on two numbers rather than one. You're hoping that one will stick, so that what ends up happening is that you win in the end, because, I gotta say it again, taking the food out of the packaging ends up in compost for sure, or ends up, whatever, being sold. But us neighbors are still stuck with the same stench. If I'm at the craps table and I just want to win, I'll bet on 5 and 9.
My name is Chris Parker. I live at 72 Chase Road. Not only am I downwind, I'm downstream. But my question to the board is, can anybody tell me what the definition to general commercial composting and recycling is and what it involves?
That's a definition.
I'm sure it just doesn't involve what John would like to do with it. Unpackaging stuff.
Well, we're
Yeah,
not. we're
we
not
didn't
at-
name it. Kyle did.
Yeah.
No, I have it.
Do we have?
Yeah.
I know
printed
he
it
said
up.
composting, but I think he means what we're actually talking about now, which is
Yeah, so in your bylaw, there's a definition of, let me find it for you.
commercial recycling.
Yeah, here you go, commercial recycling facility that's in your bylaw.
Okay.
You can read.
Yeah, I'm going to read what our bylaw says about a commercial recycling facility. So our bylaw says a facility, what? Oh. All right. So commercial recycling facility, according to our town bylaws, is a facility where recyclable material is collected from the public and/or private business and sorted, processed, and/or baled in preparation for shipment to others for remanufacture into new material or as a reused product.
Doesn't fit.
So that's not what Mr. Mello needs, right?
That's right. You're right.
You don't need that.
I've argued that with Kyle, but I'm trying to appease him, but it's not. He's right.
So, but we're here for a special permit, because, I mean, that is what the applicant applied for. Do you plan on having truckloads, are you planning on, go ahead, sir.
Just, again, the problem with it is, if something is that open-ended, when you put it out, you have no way to govern it as it goes down the line.
I think it's
So
important.
it's maybe not what he even wants.
But we can put that in the conditions or something. I don't have a problem with that. I have no intentions to do other than what I said.
I think you can, if you're going to continue, I think that's something to follow up with Carl about.
Yeah, I think so. Here, again, if he's not remanufacturing or sending it to a place for remanufacture.
Well, it's an or, but I mean, we can.
It's an or, yeah. I guess we'll just research that a little bit more, continue it.
Talk with Carl about
Yeah.
it. You know, if
So-
you're going to continue, you can go over the definition with Carl.
Kyle, I'm sorry, I'm just going to ask you again, and I know you've already commented on this, that it'll be more product. I understand that. And some of it could be used or would be used in the composting. I'm just trying to, here we're trying, Mr. Mello is saying that he's going to use this machine to feed his cows and maybe.
We're going to take whatever is of food grade and use it for food. That's our intention. That's the ultimate goal. Other than that, I can't offer you much more.
But the extra you're giving, you're saying you're giving it to somebody else's farm?
Yes, sir.
I mean, what's the difference between giving it and selling it? Is there really a difference?
There's a huge legal difference. That's correct. I always give it.
So, Mr. Chairman,
sir.
so it's irrelevant what he's doing with it. What's relevant is how much of it he's taking in. Because that'll give us an idea of where it's going. Is it manufacturing? Is it agricultural? Based on what he's coming in and where it's going.
Let me help with definition. Doesn't change with ounces. That's a fact.
Okay, just again, it's a question that you might want to follow up with Carl on, but
Yeah.
they applied for a special permit.
They applied for a special, I mean, as far as whether
Because I
he
was
needs
told
a-
I had to.
No, that's not true, because you always have the option to appeal.
Yes.
Always, John.
But
This is
no,
America, we
I
have that option.
agree. I wanted to work
So go
with
back to
Cal.
real simple. John came to me under the agricultural auspices that I have agricultural, more than 5 land, I'm entitled to this. I did an inspection, I did a review, I did an investigation. I said, John, to me, this doesn't look like it's an agricultural. He didn't push back on that part of it. He said, Kyle, what do I gotta do to make this happen? John, so according to our bylaws, this use, you'll have to get a special permit, and that's why we're here today.
All right, so I guess the,
So my point is that if he felt it was an agricultural use to feed the cows, he would have said, no, this is agricultural, and I'm gonna, I'll fight you on this.
No, I thought it would be easier to work with my town, and I want to. But at the end of the day, I'm feeding my cows one way or another.
all right.
With due process, you can.
Yes,
With due
yes, sir.
process, absolutely.
All right, we're gonna take one more, and I think we're gonna continue
So,
this hearing as well. Go
It's
ahead,
Frank
sir.
Bergeron, 90 Chase. My whole thing is just what you're saying is like the definition of things. It's so vague. I just implore this board, like, I just wanted to say what he just said. I'm sitting there, I'm like, commercial recycling? That means
It's not.
anything. But, John, it's on the paper, though.
I agree,
I don't
but-
care if you, it should be in the paperwork. You have
Kyle
an attorney
called
here.
it that, not me.
That should be in the paperwork, not commercial. Like, when you say commercial, you can bring steel, wood,
I agree,
plastics.
and I think that's
You can
what-
shred it, bale it. That's a complete.
He's right. He's 100%
Of course I'm
right.
100% right. That's the
And
definition.
that's why the relation, comparing it with XL.
It's crazy.
Parallel products in New
But
Bedford.
why wouldn't we
and
compare
it's-
to XL?
Because of the way it was
says commercial
presented.
design.
The
And
way
then-
it was
and then-
presented.
Oh, sorry.
100%. I disagree with Kyle on that, but.
I love Kyle.
I'm
but
willing
I
to
just
stand
like-
up and do whatever we need to do.
So again, for the record, just, can you give a summary of what you plan on doing with
No,
that?
but on
So-
paperwork, though, right?
I understand that, but
Okay,
yes.
paperwork.
We can draw up
Yeah. Then,
restrictions, paperwork,
okay.
stuff like that. That doesn't necessarily, and I understand people have said, what can you do if he violates it? Well, Kyle can go down there and
Is he-
do a
Can I
cease
just
and
make one other point
Go ahead.
while I'm thinking of it? Because when, I guess you said the road count of the Chase Road, there must be statistics somewhere, like.
There is.
But what a road is max handled? Like, before it's, I don't even know the term, but how many trucks can go up and down a road before you're like, this is insanity? There
Well,
must
that's why
be
we
some
said
kind of
it's-
number put out by the highway department that you could defer to and not make it my opinion, but to say, look,
Actually, we-
there has to be a limit, especially if it's school time, or it's this time, or it's whatever. It can't just be unlimited, because that is the fear of everybody. This thing's just going to blow up, and we're going to have traffic and hundreds of trucks going. Even when I'm trying to get out of my driveway, you sit there and wait sometimes because of traffic.
Fortunately,
How much more?
we're less than 1%.
But that's my point. Route 6 has 30,000 cars a day. So are we going to turn Chase Road into Route 6? But it should be based on facts, not I think, I should, I don't think so, kind of, sort of. There's got to be a source for that somewhere from the state, right? State Highway Department or something. I mean, they determine when you have to put a light in when you have so many cars. They determine when you need to put a roundabout. They determine when you need an extra lane. There's got to be something to say, this is the max, and we've got a road count, and it can't go past.
SDOT has told us that if it's less than 1% of the total traffic, it's insignificant for traffic.
Chase Road has less than 1% of what it
No,
can handle?
we would be increasing Chase Road. I'll let you say it.
The total amount of traffic that we're proposing, 40 trips, is 1% of the total that's there today. So that 1% is not statistically significant when you look at traffic patterns and consideration.
And that's
So
a
small.
max. It could be a quarter of that.
But in all respect, wasn't it earlier, we weren't talking about 40 trucks a day? We were talking about a couple a week, 12 a week or something like
We
that.
said 40 is the max.
A day.
Yeah, but it
day.
could be none a day. But I'm trying to
I
be
get it.
upfront.
I get it.
I believe you,
Specificity is all I wanted to stress.
I believe you said like the average, it could be 0 to 40.
Yeah,
With the
correct.
average, you did an average of 12 per day. Some days you might have more than that, some days you could have less,
Correct.
right?
Mr. Chairman, point of
Go ahead,
information
sir.
again. So we're talking about 2 bridges in the Sonnet. These trucks will be going over one bridge, another bridge, and heading to John's property. We're adding more weight to those bridges. We're already in trouble with them. They got to be repaired, so we're adding more stress on them, more truck going over those same bridges.
Carl, I really feel for you, but they come off for 140.
I see easy trucks every morning
Those
coming.
trucks come to me?
Hold on, please. So in the morning, I see easy, I must see 3 or 4 trucks in the morning, 7:30. They come from a Sonnet,
later. I was
Fall River,
talking-
picking up Fall River's
I was
junk.
talking tractor trailers.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
All right, yeah, sorry. Good, that is a point, but I guess that would more refer to the composting one, because
Yeah.
I believe we're enforcing Stop and
Plus
Shop to take the highway, correct?
Yeah, plus the weighted leaves.
Yes.
What's that?
Not up here.
Stop and Shop?
Yeah.
They should be taking the highway.
They were supposed to be, and I've noticed they haven't.
I believe there's some active enforcement that should be being handled with that, but that's a different subject.
It might be going to the food
I'm not gonna
pantry.
break another leg trying to
From there.
enforce it.
Well, I don't want you to enforce it. Go ahead,
I'd be
sir.
glad to. But no, I mean, the Stop and Shop trucks that go past my house come from 140.
Okay.
Right? So that's, they can't go on a highway. He doesn't have a ramp like they do in a Sonnet.
My trucks,
Oh, okay.
the trucks that haul to me
Right.
Yes.
are not from a Sonnet Stop and Shop.
They're not from the distribution center.
Trust me.
the
They all
food
come
pantry.
from 140.
And I think South Kingston or North Kingston, but that it's where they produce the produce, they cut up the produce. It's not Stop and Shop tractors either. If you,
Okay.
Mr. Parker would tell you. Right.
So what are the 5 or 6 Stop
No,
and Shop
they are,
trucks?
they're
that go?
Stop and Shop trailers, they're not Stop and Shop tractors. I just wanted, there's a difference, so if you see Stop and Shop trucks going by, the tractors, that's nothing to do with me. Yeah, I think someone in East Freetown is servicing the Stop and Shop trucks. That's what's happening.
All right, we're going to,
Can I ask a clarifying
you're probably
question?
not going to want to come back, right?
That's
So
it.
we'll
Can
allow
I
you
ask
to
a
go.
clarifying question?
Yes.
So if I'm understanding it right, the difference, what constitutes the need for a special permit in this case for him to continue operating his business as is? It's not necessarily that he's going to sell for retail, it's the fact that there's actual manufacturing going on the property. And that, wait, hold on, I'm not done. And that he is potentially receiving more than he actually needs. So that's a production. Because 50 pounds per cow per day, 100 cows, is approximately,
More like 300 cows.
okay. But with the amount of, with the,
But how many, you can ask Lincoln, he's here, how many years have I given him food? He stopped taking the food now.
You started at
But-
100, now we're up to 3. What's next?
Well, it's up to you. Do you have any, Tad?
We just heard you, you first said 100 cows, now you're up to...
No, I have 100 and something cows. My neighbor has, I don't know, he's here, you could ask him. But in Dennis, I feed Dennis's cows too. This is not a crime
is
to
this,
feed
is
the
this
cows.
like a less expensive way to feed your cows?
Yes, and we try to, with
Because I'm
this
just trying to
machine.
understand how you're staying afloat if you're receiving all of this
100%.
and then you're just giving it away.
We-
And then you're spending money on machines and
Yeah,
workers.
we get to keep the bulk of it, so I'm sure 52 weeks a year that I'm at least feeding my cows. Any extra I try to give to my neighbors,
But you are producing more than you need,
sometimes.
which is what I think
Holidays.
is what is constituting this to be a special permit and not
You
just
have to ask
agricultural
Cal.
activities on his property.
I'm-
Does that make sense?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, we're strictly agricultural.
Yeah.
But
So,
I'm
but
trying.
with the building that you now have, that you have a machine in, I heard that there are trucks delivering, are there trucks tipping?
he said that Carl asked me not to operate one day, so we have not operated one day.
What would be happening then? Would trucks be tipping inside the building?
Instead of dumping out front,
Yes.
where Mr. Bergeron can see.
Yeah.
We're hopefully moving to
So the
loading
trucks would-
docks
but
back
that's what I'm
there.
asking. The trucks, ideally, the trucks would be delivering and tipping, backing in and tipping into the building.
No, well, they'd unload it.
Oh, the garage, the door, the sliding doors?
Well, there's
Overhead
docks.
doors are,
There's
but
docks.
how many doors are there? How many overhead doors are there? Okay, and they're closed all the other times?
Yeah.
So I don't know the closest resident, and if they're listening to
Right,
doors
but-
open and close,
I do have
they'll be
a
listening to doors open and close. They'll be listening to trucks beeping as they back up, which is a noise nuisance to human health, just so you know.
What is?
The sounds of trucks backing up, the beeping and the clacking. It is.
I've been doing it 45 years. I like it.
National Institutes of
like
Health. But the National Institute of Health has
I know,
determined
but-
that that sound is a nuisance and a hindrance to human health. I'm just saying.
Don't worry anymore, John.
I do have to stop you on that one, because we're here for a special permit, as far
Yes,
as trucks
but-
backing up.
But it's for the facility where there would be overhead doors opening and closing and trucks entering and delivering.
I understand.
So that's part of that facility.
I
Just things
am
to consider.
requesting no more New Bedford residents for our town meeting. I am going to request that.
I'm requesting you don't do what you do.
I just have real,
You don't do what you do.
Please stop.
Reel it in, man.
Yeah,
Reel
all
it
right.
in.
all right.
so just, just
Go ahead real quick.
real quick.
Don't look at me. No.
The,
Hey,
the,
order.
He said something to me.
the trucks that we're talking about, I assume they're tractor trailers? Gross,
Some.
80,000-pound trucks?
No, I don't know. There's not that much
If you had to
weight in
guess, you
food.
got 40 trucks coming in with 10, 15, 20,000 pounds of food each, roughly?
I'm listening.
I'm just asking. You must know what you take in, no?
No, there's sometimes in a whole tractor trailer, you might get 5 ton of food. You
10,000
might. You
10,000
might get
pounds.
4, there's sometimes 3 ton. This is fruit that's loose in the trucks and the gate
So
lots.
even if you get a tractor trailer and it comes in with
Yeah,
10...
that's a tractor trailer.
10,000 pounds, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so...
Sometimes less.
So we all know that they carry 80,000 gross. So they're coming in basically empty at 10,000 pounds.
Correct.
40 trucks.
But full.
40,
They're full.
40, okay. But you said 10,000 pounds roughly?
Yes, that's
Okay.
full.
Times 40 trucks is 400,000 pounds of food divided by 50 pounds per cow, unless you're feeding 8,000 cows a day. 8,000, you got a lot of excess, which
How
is what
many
that
ton-
gentleman said.
How many ton did you use?
Well, all I did was 10,000 pounds times 40 trucks, max. That's 400,000 pounds.
What about the days that we said there's no trucks coming in?
Well, I mean,
What
you're
do you
still,
feed 'em?
you're
How do
still,
you feed
you're
'em?
still, but even if you don't get food for the rest of the year, in one day, you got enough to
I
feed
disagree.
8,000 cows.
I'm not gonna
In one day.
discuss it. I
So
disagree.
you're producing a lot of excess.
You're not.
I'm not, no, calculated don't lie. I'm just saying, he has concerns that you're gonna produce excess.
Okay,
Even at your current production, you have 100 times what you need. 100 times at your current production, and you're ramping up because you're going to go automated. You're not worried about some guy hurting his hands. You want to go automated so you can go more. And that's 40 trucks coming in. When you have excess, there's going to be trucks going in to get what you have excess out. Because if you can't feed your cows, they're going to another cow.
Oh, but he's not selling it.
Right?
Give it away for free.
all right, order on that.
Thank you.
Order.
Just
Yep.
do simple math. You don't
Yeah,
need,
that's where-
you don't need a lot of brains to say.
on Chase Road.
Is it one question? Because we're gonna, go ahead.
Does he charge a tipping fee to take in the spoiled food products?
I'm not sure what that,
Yeah, none of his business. None of my competitors' business.
Explain relevant to the question.
Real quickly, Mark.
Relevant fee is if you're getting a tipping fee, and you can process it and make it go away, and it ends up in the back lot composting, there's a profit motive there to get bigger. That's it.
Okay. All right, so we're going to end up continuing this, but also new information, some other stuff we have to review. So we're going to sign the same extension to December 16th, and we'll vote on that.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, vote, Gary?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
James?
Aye.
Aye. All right, let me sign this.
Wait, there was, where's the agenda? Do you have the agenda? I must have seen an old one, okay. I thought I saw something else, gotcha. No, I was just curious. Well, they still have to continue the meeting.
Okay. You need one or both? Just one? One for you and one for us?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And you're gonna have a separate motion on continuing the meeting.
He is, yeah. All right. Excuse me. We still have other stuff on our agenda, so if you want to talk, you're going to step outside, please.
Well, and you also still have to vote to continue the
Yes.
meeting, that they can watch.
I know.
Yeah, no.
Or you don't have to leave, you just have to quiet down. I know. I'm just trying to give everyone, we're going to be fair, right? All right. I will entertain a motion
have to
to
continue
continue the special permit, public hearing to November 4th at 6, commercial recycling, November 4th, 6 p.m. here.
Motion.
All right, we'll do roll call. Gary? Aye. Steve? Aye. Dave?
Aye.
James?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that is,
Thank you for your time tonight.
yes, you guys are all set. November 4th, 6 p.m. All right, thank you, guys. We actually have another thing on the agenda, don't we?
Minutes.
Minutes? I thought we had some other continuation.
Just old agenda. Minutes, my friend.
All right. We will go to the last item on the agenda, which is the minutes from the last, just the last meeting? From the last meeting.
I thought there was a whole bunch of other items, like we have to extend
I thought there was something there.
Williams Way, that one, no?
No, you must have been looking at another agenda. Someone give you the wrong one? Because we're done. Just minutes. You asked me to keep it slim,
She kept the slim.
and I kept it slim.
I could have sworn I saw it.
We all lost our agenda?
I thought I did too, but maybe I was.
I
an
thought I
old
seen it too,
agenda.
because I think, or maybe I stole John's, we were looking at it. Here it is. Nope.
Be careful, because if you don't follow the agenda,
Here you go.
Yeah, a lot.
did you find it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
That was an old agenda.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
Oh, no, and we could,
That got continued.
that got continued, and then this came.
Those two, three got continued, now you get what?
And
All
minutes.
right, yeah, minutes from 10/7/25. Do we all have a chance to review those minutes?
Look all right to me.
All right, so I will entertain a motion to approve those minutes from 10/7/25.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye. We don't need James on there, I guess.
No,
this
it's
time
not a
you're
special
upset,
permit
but
anyway, it's
yeah.
just minutes.
All right, and then, most importantly, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
I was gonna say.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right.